Well, welcome to the Board of Utah County Commissioners meeting, the work session today to discuss budget items. And we've got many members of the Sheriff's Office here today. Glad to have so many with us. And I'll kick off by just turning it over to Sheriff Smith. I know that you've developed a presentation. We look forward to hearing what you've got for us.
Thank you. Good morning, Commission. Are these guys on the camera over here?
I don't know. Let's see.
Because it's a good site.
It is a great site.
We want to be over there. Well, thank you for giving us some time this morning to talk about our budget, something that is very important to us and to the operations of the Sheriff's Office and to our success. I wanted to talk a little bit about the profession of law enforcement. And so if you'll bear with me, I want to talk about that for just a minute, and then I'm going to turn some time over to my staff to talk about what they do. Law enforcement has been around for a long time. In different forms, in different shapes, it's been around, it's been here since probably the beginning of time. Well, thousands of years before it was what we know today as law enforcement, it was talked about in fact, Plato talked about it in his vision of a perfect society. And he talked about a republic that would honor the core of democracy. And when he talked about that, he specifically talked about a group of people that would have such noble character that could be trusted, that would defend that democracy, and he called them the guardians. And he talked about how they would love the community more than anything else. He talked about how they would be entrusted to preserve its ideals, to preserve the sanctity of human dignity, and to preserve and defend life itself. In fact, I'm going to read this quote from Plato. He says, "It does not matter if the cobblers and the masons fail to do their jobs well. If the guardians fail, the democracy or the republic will crumble." So I want to talk a minute about why it's important to me to be a law enforcement officer. I think, and when I talk about me, I think I can relate this to, if not 100%, 99% of officers. I've sat in interview boards for hundreds of officers over my career. And it almost at times gets to feel a little cliche when you say, hey, why do you want to be an officer? And you know what they're going to say. And you'll hear things like, I want to help people. I want to make my community a better place. But the core of whatever they talk about, whatever that response is, there's a common core to what they say, and it all centers on service. It centers on wanting to serve their community, wanting to make the community a better place. And that's what pulled me towards law enforcement, and that's what pulls these deputies here in this room today and officers across the nation towards law enforcement. It is a service-centered profession, and it attracts people who want to serve, who want to make their community a better place. And I applaud them for that. One thing about our profession is that it's hard for us, and it's hard for me, because I did not get into this profession to generate revenue for a government body. I don't think that's definitely not what drew me to the profession or any of these people sitting in this room. I can't stand here and say I didn't get in this profession to earn a living for my family. I think for any person, that's a noble thing, that you should earn a living for my family, but I never expected to get rich doing it. But what I did get into this profession for, and why I do it, and why every one of these deputies in this room do it, is to preserve the ideals of our republic, to preserve the sanctity of human dignity, and protect life itself. If we move from Plato and we come hundreds of years forward, and we think about the state of Utah and how the state of Utah was founded, there was a very profound statement that was made when the settlers first moved into this area. And that statement, I know you know what it is, that statement was, "This is the place." I still believe this is the place. I do. It is the home of some amazing and very talented people that live in the state of Utah, and specifically in Utah Valley. But the reality of that statement is, where there are the best, there are the worst. Where there are the best, the predators will come to prey upon them. This is why I serve, and this is why these deputies serve, and this is why all 500 plus employees of the sheriff's office serve. And this is why we need your support. This is why we need the resources in the budget that we are requesting for this year. And this is why we serve our community, so that we can still proclaim today with pride that this is the place, and that this will remain the place because of our efforts to keep our community safe. I also want to talk just a minute about how we plan to do that. And I think the best way to do that is, you probably saw our core values listed. Well, I just want to take a minute, so bear with me, to read through those core values, because I think it's important, because that's what drives us. That's how we are going to accomplish what our desires are. So I want to go through them. The first one of our core values, and there's 7 of them. The first one is respect. And we worked hard this year as a leadership group. We meet regularly. We talk about leadership. We want to elevate the sheriff's office to the next level. We're reading leadership books together. We're having our little readathons together. I don't know if everybody appreciates that, but I like doing it, so they're going to like doing it. But no, I think they do. So we get together and we read, and we talk about what we're reading, and we try to be better leaders. And one of the things that we've worked on is our core values. So the first value is respect, and we will treat everyone with dignity, tolerance, and civility, providing public safety while protecting the dignity and upholding the constitutional rights of all. Our second value is professionalism. We will provide professional, prompt, efficient, and courteous service, unbiased, and effective in our response to any community concern. We are committed to provide our employees with the highest standards of training, equipment, and technological support to ensure their success and safety, as well as to ensure our community receives the high level of service they deserve. The third is integrity. We are committed to the highest standards of honesty and ethical conduct, which are the cornerstones of our profession. The integrity of each individual, as well as the organization, is necessary for citizens to give us their trust. The fourth is accountability. We will demonstrate internal accountability and fiscal responsibility while providing professional services to our community. We will be accountable for our actions at all times. The fifth is teamwork. We believe that the public is best served when employees work cooperatively with each other, as well as the stakeholders and the community they serve. The sixth is fairness. We will act within the scope of our authority by putting our personal views aside and act within the parameters of the law without prejudice and bias. We will be equally responsive to our employees and the community we serve. And the seventh is public trust. By adhering to our core values, we will earn and maintain the trust of our community. So, and I'd like to add to that is that core to all of that is the golden rule. We will treat people like people. We will treat people as we would want to be treated. And we will earn, I stress that, we will earn that public trust each day that we come to work. And that goes for, we serve kind of a unique group, because you have to realize that we serve the community at large, but we also serve a community that resides in our jail. And those core values are every bit as important to serving our community at large as they are to serving that community who resides in the jail. So moving forward, I've asked each of our chiefs to take a few minutes and talk about their division, the Enforcement Division, the Corrections Division, and our Special Services Division, and to talk about what it is that they do, what those jobs entail, and how we keep our community safe. And I want to thank you, Commission, for the time today to talk to you about our budget, and for this time to express to you how important it is to move forward, and how important that budget is to us, to the core values of what we do, and to why it is we do this job, and that is keeping our community safe. So thank you for your time. And I think as this comes up, is enforcement first, right? Corrections is first. So I'm going to turn it over to Chief Higley.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Good morning.
Morning.
I killed a lot of trees preparing this, so hopefully it goes all right. You want to on those slides? I thought during our meetings with each of the commissioners prior to this meeting, a lot of things were brought up, and I hope to answer those questions, provide a little bit of insight, and also help you learn a little bit more about what it is the jail does. There are a lot of great people that work inside the jail. It's kind of a crazy, hectic environment at times. I chose to highlight just a few things, but I can't stress enough how awesome those people are that work inside the jail. They do a phenomenal job. If you want to skip to the next slide. Okay, just to provide a little bit of history, Utah County Sheriff's Office and the Security Center, or the jail, was opened in July of 1997 at 3075 North Main Street in Spanish Fork. It was expanded to its current size and state in June of 2008. It's the second largest jail in the state, behind Salt Lake County, and it has a max holding capacity of 1,172 inmates. Since its initial opening, well, I guess we'll talk about this one first. There's two different kinds, basically, of supervision inside of a correctional facility. There's direct supervision, which is what we are, and indirect or linear. That right there is a picture of a linear system, or a linear jail. These are pretty common in older facilities. You basically have a control center where your officers hang out. Every once in a while, they'll go through and do checks inside of the facility to make sure that that things are running smooth. There are some problems with that. You don't catch a lot of the trouble that takes place in there. There's a lot of assaults and things that are easier to get involved with. There's a lot of destruction. There's more drug use, things like that. You can skip to the next one. So we are a direct supervision. Basically what that means is in each one of the housing units, there is a deputy in there all the time. The biggest part about this is that is the deputy's domain, and the inmates are a guest. On the flip side, in a linear or indirect housing area, the inmates feel that that's their area, and when the officers walk in, they are the guest. So this helps us to maintain control of the environment. You can read that second one there. Studies show that direct supervision has led to reduced assaults and other serious incidents at lower costs. So direct supervision is more expensive because it requires more staff to run that facility. And that is because you've got staff inside every housing unit. Numbers wise, the bulk of our housing units, it's 64 inmates and one deputy inside that housing area with them. We do have some areas that have less than that, about 40 inmates, and then there is an area that actually holds about 120, and we put 2 deputies in that when it is open. You can skip to the next one. Since its initial opening, 278,342 people have been booked into the Utah County Jail in Spanish Fork. And I thought, it's kind of interesting. To put that into perspective, I looked at the county's population from the census, and the most recent one I could find was 2017, and that's 606,425. So that's 46% of what the county's population is, which is, I thought, was a pretty staggering number. And the average time, I know that first sentence is a little crazily worded there, but somebody who has been booked into jail, the average time they come to jail is 2.7 times. And unfortunately, we've had one individual booked in 92 times into our facility. Here's some averages or some numbers here for you over the years. In 2014, the average inmate daily population was 889, with 14,532 people booked and 14,426 people released. Now, what that means is when an individual is arrested or they're summoned through a citation or through court and they come to jail, they have to be processed. Their fingerprints and photograph is taken and basic information. We are a very busy jail, especially in our booking area. In 2015, the average daily population was 826, with 13,777 booked and 13,933 released. In 2016, the ADP dropped to 783, but we increased our bookings from the year before to 14,996 and 15,120 released. You can see those numbers. I'm going to drop down to that paragraph there at the bottom. And why have our numbers decreased? Well, there's basically two reasons. There's a few other, but the primary two reasons are there were a change in laws, and that's known as JRI. Basically, for example, if you were caught in possession of methamphetamine or heroin, that was a felony offense. Those have been reclassified to misdemeanors. Now officers can just cite and release if they want. And the other big glaring reason is we no longer have a contract with ICE detainees. There were times when we had well over 200 detainees in our custody at one time. Next slide. Let's talk about revenue for just a minute. I thought it was kind of interesting in speaking with all of you. I wasn't involved with the termination of the contract with ICE. I've actually learned during our meetings with the commissioners of a reason that I didn't know about for terminating that contract, but I thought I'd start crunching some numbers just to see. And you can see in 2014, we brought in $5.5 million and we spent $1.1 million in overtime. In 2015, we brought in $4.5 million and spent $1.1 million in overtime. I wasn't able to find out how many staff we were short. I think some of that was the changeover to Workday, and I just didn't have notes that went back that far. Our contract was terminated with ICE in December of 2016, and I believe 3 months prior to that they were served with notice and started filtering inmates out, and the last ones were taken out in December of 2016. The deputy positions that were used to sit in those housing units with the ICE inmates, we did not create an increase in our staffing plan. They were only filled with overtime. I thought that was important to recognize here. In 2017, we did not bring in any ICE revenue, and we still spent $751,000 in overtime expenses. And you look at the right to the right of that, it shows that we were 9 deputies short. And then I just started what I did to figure out the $297,773. How I got to that was I took the midpoint of a deputy position. There's 13 steps in a pay scale. I went with step number 6, and I multiplied that by 1.5 because it was all filled with overtime. And I got their annual salary, which is 49,000, or actually, after I multiplied it by 1.5, their annual salary was $74,443.20. And then since there are 4 housing crews and you've always got to have a deputy in there, I multiplied that by 4. And that's where I got my number, $297,772.80.
And is that's just personnel? Does that cover like the
That's
cost
just
of,
personnel right there, and that's
we're
just,
not, that doesn't include the cost of feeding them?
No,
all that
that's
kind of
just-
stuff?
that's just wages right there.
Yeah.
Um,
Calculation also did not include benefits.
right, that's just wages, that's just
Just
off the pay
wages.
scales, yes. So you can see there was a pretty substantial cost to us, to house them there, as well as, all the medical expenses and things of that nature, that are not included in there. Okay. Skip that. In 2018, still no ICE contract, we spent 1 million in overtime. We averaged being 13 deputies short during the year. And so far this year, we anticipate spending a little over $1 million in overtime due to being on average 20 deputies short throughout the year. About a year ago, I was given maybe it was a little over a year ago, I was given a paper of an audit that was conducted about overtime. And it listed 10 deputies, I guess you could call them the top 10 and also the bottom 10 in how much overtime they had actually worked. So to help combat that, what we did is we did institute a mandatory overtime to kind of spread that. As a chief over the jail, I see what my staff does every day, and I see how hard they work, and some of them are here. I mean, we could open up one of our closed housing areas and actually they could live there. That's how much they're here. And that worries me. It concerns me. I worry about burnout. I worry about the stress and the tension that, I mean, you're in an inherently negative environment for 12 hours a day at least. And if you're there for overtime, you're there up to 16 hours a day. We do have 3 areas in the jail, 3 housing areas that are closed down. And one of those, I really want to open. There's a lot of tension inside the jail. We're housing rival gang members in the same area right now. That's not good. And to help with that, we let half of them out at one time. They go back in their cell, and the other half comes out, to help. So we don't have fights and things like that. And that raises the tension inside of our housing units as well, because they're only out half of what they, quote unquote, should be out. You can go ahead.
Can I ask one
Yeah,
question?
absolutely.
When was that mandatory overtime policy initiated?
It was last year. I don't remember the exact date, but it was last year. It was shortly after I received that paper, and I don't remember when that was.
And then I had done some calculations, and I'll just ask Deneen to maybe look, and you can continue, but you were saying that in corrections for this year, you're just trending just over $1 million in overtime.
Yeah.
And I thought I had seen a significantly higher number than that of where we were trending. So maybe Deneen can try to look for that.
Yeah. So just housing itself is $936,247.02. That would be through pay period 20. We don't have pay period 21 yet.
Okay.
Corrections overall, so that would include booking, jail industries, support services, housing, and program, is $1,767,000.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was trending more towards $2 million in corrections overall. Okay.
And to that, the bulk of that is in housing. Traditionally, housing has always run short when there needed to be shorts. Housing has always bared the brunt of that. Because we've been so short this year, transportation has run short too, guys. Booking, we have kept fully staffed for most of the year, but also jail industries has run short-staffed as well this time.
Why do you feel like we're continuing to run short-staffed? What are the top 2 or 3 reasons we're not recruiting and retaining employees in the jail?
That's a good question.
I mean, because from my perspective, we shouldn't operate on overtime. We should operate on being properly staffed. And so
I agree.
why are we not being properly staffed?
There's a couple reasons for that. I think one of it is a lot of people view that as a stepping stone. They want to get into law enforcement. They want to work for the sheriff's office specifically. And a good way, if you don't have any experience, is to start in the jail, and then you work your way through, and then you're able to test and go to patrol. And also, with the help of the commission and HR lately, the deputy positions in our judicial, or what do we call it, special service division now, you can kind of, as long as you have dual certified, you can work in the jail or you can work in judicial. So we have deputies that leave. In fact, we have another one leaving the end of this month to come over to judicial services, and that just gives them more experience. Most of them leave and go to patrol or judicial from our facility. A few leave for other agencies. I will say this is probably the first time ever that the prison actually pays better than our jail does.
Yeah, can I just add, on top of all that, this isn't unique to Utah County. There is a national trend. Law enforcement has, for lack of a better word, has been under attack. And it is not the profession. When I started in law enforcement, 25 years ago, you would go to test at an agency and there was a line of, hundreds of people testing for 1 or 2 open positions. It was very competitive, very hard to get into. Now we'll have a handful of openings and, just a couple people apply. The economy's good. So there are jobs out there in the workforce that pay a lot better, that are less stressful, and that everybody's not always trying to tell you how you should do your job. So law enforcement has just really through the nation been knocked down, and it's not looked upon as a profession that you want to get into for the money that's available. So that's hurt us, and that's industry-wide. That's not a Utah County thing. So I think on many levels, we are fighting a battle here. When you look at on the other end of things, that's getting new recruits in. Well, on the other end of the spectrum, there is, and across the board, there is this trend that you can retire at 20 years. Well, you're seeing people that the trend used to be they'd stay in. Well, they're getting out. They're getting out because they're realizing, what, I can go get a better job somewhere that's less stressful, and people aren't always looking down on me just for my profession. So I think, we've worked on things to try to do what we can within the sheriff's office. We're working on a career service process, a career path. We're working on some other things, but we're fighting a fight at times that's a lot larger than we are. So there's so many different things that I think are coming into play as to why we can't fill those positions, and why as soon as we do in the jail, like Chief says, we're taking them from him, and we're pulling people out onto the streets into enforcement positions or into judicial positions. So unfortunately, Chief Higley's always scrambling to keep those positions full.
Sheriff, one comment on this. One, I appreciate your leadership. I know that that's an issue, that's a challenge, like you said, nationwide, and that you're doing everything you can with Career Path to make this an attractive place to work, which is part of everything that you're presenting today. One thing about the comment that it's short-staffed, that's been, the comment's been made here. Sometimes, and I know you're not making that point, but sometimes the general public hears that, and there's a direct correlation between that and, oh, that means that the county commission hasn't funded the positions. But, and I'll ask you to confirm here, but what I'm hearing is that's not necessarily the case. There's an element there, but for example, in the last couple of years, you had the positions funded. You had those positions in your staffing plan, but it's inherent in the profession that you're just having a hard time recruiting and filling those positions.
And that's absolutely right. The staffing has, the staffing positions are there. In the jail right now, it's open. It's right. It's always we're taking applications. We're just not seeing people that would like to do those jobs. We're working through some process. I think there's things that we can definitely, as we move forward, we can do better. One of them is just the process of getting somebody through our hiring process. It gets cumbersome in the county to go through all the levels and processes, and by the time we get there, the person that we thought would be a good recruit, well, they've got an offer to go work somewhere in the private industry that pays a lot better, and we lose them. So there's a bunch of things that we're working on to try to make that better, but no, I appreciate you saying that. It has not been for lack of support for the commission or anything else. It is a problem that's much larger than that.
I also want to talk about when we hire somebody, it can take up to 3 months to get through just the background check, and I think one of the lieutenants will talk about that process. But having worked as the sergeant that did background investigations, there's one sergeant, there's one person largely responsible for all of the background investigations, but there's many other duties associated with that as well, such as internal affairs investigations, and that is a busy position for an agency our size. To help with that, we are starting to train a sergeant inside the jail to help with backgrounds in the jail. So hopefully we can get people through that process. It's a lengthy deal. We want to make sure that we hire quality people. The other part of that is when we hire somebody that has not been through the academy, it takes them, almost 3 months to get through the academy. And then once they get done with the academy, they've got another 2 months of FTO that they've got to go through. So we're looking at anywhere from about 8 to 9 months before they're ready to go and able to work. So even on paper, if it says we are right now, and I'll get into these statistics a little bit later in my presentation. On paper, it can say we're only down 10, but I've got 10 people in the academy right now. Anyway, back to this slide. Any other questions about that? Thank you, Commissioner. So far this year, as of October 1st, our average daily population is 598. I broke that down even more on the bottom there. 1,150 people are booked each month, or approximately 38 people a day are booked into our jail. 37 are released, and we're on pace to book 13,800 and release 13,536. So I thought this was kind of interesting. I started my career at the Salt Lake County Jail, and I've been here now for 18 years. When I was working in Salt Lake County, and I would have inmates that I would roll up and send down here for court, and they would spend a few days, they were always excited, and I didn't understand that. And I pulled one aside one day and said, "Why are you excited to go from one jail to the next?" And they said, "Well, we eat better down there. I feel like we get treated better by the staff down there, and we just like Utah County better." And then I came down here and realized, yeah, it's a pretty good place. This is almost like an adult country club type place. We didn't have very serious people, and I mean, if you had a murderer, it was almost like, wow, really? Well, we have booked in 15 on homicide or attempted homicide, and of those 15, 14 of them are homicides. There's only one attempted homicide case right now. And you can see 205 cases or charges or people have been booked into jail with rape of a child or sex abuse of a child, and 284 people with aggravated burglary, robbery, things of that nature. Another part of the, excuse me, another part that we are responsible for is transporting inmates to court and transporting them to outside medical care when they need that, or other places. So far, we have transported 12,426 inmates to court. We've recently worked with 4th District Court. Some of the initial appearances are now done over closed circuit. We move them just inside the jail, so that's helped us this year cut back on the number of transports that we've had to do. And we have so on this closed circuit, it's a judge, it's the inmate, and then a defense attorney and a prosecuting attorney. They're all able to communicate, and that's actually been very, very helpful.
Chief, one comment about that. That's a great example. I wasn't aware of that, but to me, I'm sure that there was some sort of cost associated with getting the software capability to do
yes.
that. But I mean, this is I'm sure we'll have plenty of opportunity today to talk about outcome-based budgeting and measurement. But that is a perfect example of, in times past, I know we've been hesitant to fund additional items, even like the software expense, even though that's going to be what saves in fuel and labor and transportation costs
Right.
for those initial appearances.
I think, that was some, it was a good way for us to work with the judges, to work with both attorneys' offices. It's some of that, we're trying to think outside the box a little bit. We don't necessarily need to be stuck in traditions inside the jail. And if there's something we can do to help facilitate a program, whatever that may be, if we can do it and we can see a benefit, yeah, absolutely, we're going to do that. And this is one that I can't remember which judge it was. He's the presiding judge right now. I forget his name. What? Brady. Judge Brady. This was kind of he came to us and said, "Hey, is this even doable?" And we sat down and thought, you know what? As you said, we can cut back on overtime and transportation and fuel costs and wear and tear on our vehicles. Yeah, let's make this work. And then it was just a matter of moving inmates around appropriately and making sure we had enough space to have a room for this. So, yeah.
And it's been a successful
Yes.
transition?
They love it. It was tough for some of the judges, for some of the attorneys to get used to it, but I think they all saw the benefit as well. So food services, we have an awesome kitchen staff. I wake up in the morning and I think I did not have to get up 4 hours earlier to be to work. And like our poor kitchen staff, they're just awesome. We have a certified chef that's also a deputy that runs that kitchen. And we have a pastry chef that we stole from Sundance that works in there. She's fantastic. All the guys there are just great. We use inmates to help cook. And we have as part of our RISE program, and I'll talk about that program here in a little bit. And right now we are looking at helping. So what we want to do is provide them with a skill, so when they're released, you can go get a job. We are looking at helping them to get their food handler's permit. A lot of these guys have it, some of them don't. We are looking at instituting that program so that they'll have that permit when they leave as well. We routinely do over 1 million meals each year. And this includes all of the breakfast, lunch, and dinner to the inmates. We also have the contract with Meals on Wheels, and what that is and the inmates know it, that they are making meals that are going to the elderly in our community. It's a way that they can help give back. So I started my career in corrections. I worked in it just for over 3 years before I moved over into the law enforcement side of things. And then a couple of years ago, I promoted to lieutenant and went back to the jail. And at that time, we made some changes in the kitchen. And I will give a big shout out to the commission at this time. We increased our staff, and we bought a lot of new equipment. And a lot of that equipment is very, very expensive. But we have good equipment now, and I believe it's, for the most part, all on recap now, which it wasn't initially. And this just helps us to be able to provide the inmates the nutrition. All of our meals are looked at by a nutritionist and have to be approved by her, just so we can follow federal and state law to keep our inmates fed appropriately. Medical, and this one, our medical staff are phenomenal. I think we have one of the best staffs. I would put them up against any other facility in the state. Our jail was the first jail in the state to be certified by NCCHC, which is one of the reasons why Dale, the administrator, isn't here. He is at their conference right now. Only about, and there is one other jail that has since become NCCHC certified in the state, and that's Salt Lake County. But we still were the first, so we're gonna maintain that title. We're pretty proud of that. Their standards are incredibly difficult to meet, but it all comes into holding ourselves accountable, holding ourselves to the highest standard, and also providing a level of care to the inmates. Only 10% of all correctional facilities, and that's youth detention, prisons, and jails combined, are able to be NCCHC certified. So we're pretty proud of that. I will say that even though our inmate numbers have dropped due to our just looking at medical expenses and the increase in our mental health staff, which are great people, our contract with Wasatch Mental Health has just been it's been a blessing, actually. We are so far ahead of anybody else in the corrections environment right now because of our mental health abilities. But just in our staff meetings, talking and talking to staff and things, the type of inmates we are dealing with, they're more violent, but they're also significantly more mentally ill and physically ill than we've dealt with.
What's contributing to that? I mean, because that seems on the surface that's counterintuitive, right? That your population goes down, but your medical expenses go up. So, what do we think is contributing to that?
I think there's a few things, and I think a change in our overall population in the county. It's growing, but also I think mental illness is a big is a hot topic right now. I think it's becoming more and more seen by the public. You know, that mental illness is actually a thing, and drug addiction plays a big part in that, and I think that leads to mental illness as well. I think healthcare is expensive, and so you know when we have somebody come in that's booked into jail that hasn't been to the doctor for years and years and years, or the dentist for years and years and years, once they get in and they see, oh, it's only going to cost me $10 to go to the dentist, or $10 to see the doctor, they take advantage of that. A good example of that, which is one that we don't like, was last year we had an inmate that came in and just decided to see the doctor, and we diagnosed him with a very rare form of cancer, and we honestly thought he was not going to make it. But $1 million+ later, he was able to make it. I don't know that there's, or I'm sure there are other reasons, but I can't speak to that, other than the ones that are coming in are just sicker, and a lot of that is the change in population here in the county. There's some statistics on our medical expenditures, and you can see even with 228 less inmates between 2015 and now, we're going to exceed 2015 expenditures.
How much of that is cost related with just healthcare in general?
So those numbers are just our account that handles hospitals. I can't remember the name of that account. Let's see. Just one sec. It would be our 4520 account. So that's hospital services, dental services, and mental health services. It's basically all that is right there. To break that down more specifically, I'm not prepared for that. You got me.
Do we take them to Mountain too? Is that one of our primary areas that we take individuals?
I don't believe we do. Most of our the individuals that we have, we can take care of most of them inside of our own facility. There are a few things that we can't take over, or if there's an emergency thing, they're sent by ambulance to Utah Valley Hospital. That's where most of those go. I'm not sure what Mountain Lands is capable of, and what they have. We try to keep them all inside the jail. So I have to send 2 deputies every time we transport somebody out.
Does that do therapy as well? I mean,
So we don't provide
you don't do that?
therapy inside, and well, we do some therapy in our programs. But our contract with Wasatch Mental Health significantly helps that as
Oh,
well.
I'm thinking more physical therapy.
No, we don't do that inside the jail. No.
You just do that outside?
Yes,
you
if we
take
have to
them.
send somebody to physical therapy, we have had physical therapists come into the jail. It just depends on what the doctor feels is most appropriate. So if the doctor says he needs to go to physical therapy, we're gonna make arrangements and take them to physical therapy for however long they need it. If we can bring a physical therapist inside the jail, we'll do that as well.
Because we have that other facility outside Mountain, right next door. I can't remember what it's called. They do physical therapy. They're at significantly lower costs. I mean, we have supported them. We continue to support them too. So it's a tie with the county.
We don't do a lot of physical therapy, but that's something I will definitely keep in mind next time we need to send somebody. We currently have 1 nursing supervisor, and he's responsible for supervising 14 other nurses. One of the additional requests that we have made is we would like to upgrade one of those current RNs to a nursing supervisor. Right now, that's Alan Bennett. He is corrections certified, so he's able to be one of those corrections officers that we send to the hospital. If we had to, I don't think I mean, there would be times when I would not have to send 2 of my regular housing or booking deputies or transportation deputies outside. I mean, they can stick with their regular duties rather than go sit in the hospital. Also, what that does for us is that means I have 2 very good RNs that are sitting in the ER and have a very good idea of what's going on. Alan worked in the ER for many years, so he's very familiar with the operations of an emergency room, and they're able to communicate with the doctor much better than a deputy calling and saying, well, I think the doctor said this, or I think the doctor said that, and I can't read his note, that kind of thing. I have medical staff there who's certified that can keep the inmate and keep the people there safe, but can also call our doctor or our physician's assistant and relay appropriate medical information as well. Okay.
Question on how would adding another position save $7,000 to $10,000 a year?
So, as I said, I've got to pull 2 deputies out of the jail to send them to the hospital, and at time when I send an inmate to the hospital or something like that, and depending on the time of day, we are extremely busy. That means I've got to call 2 other deputies in for overtime. So one way or another, someone's getting overtime. At least 2 guys are getting paid overtime, and over the year, I think that's a pretty lowball figure right there on how much I could save in overtime by having 2 nurses that are certified and supervised be able to transport rather than call in additional staff.
Thank you.
Gel Industries. So our Gel Industries program is unique to our facility. Most Gel Industries programs, you have a facility on site, and the inmates are taught skills, and they build furniture, or they make mattresses or pillows or something of that nature. We don't have that. What we have is a contract with various companies throughout the community, and we transport each day inmates to these companies where they work during the day, and we also provide them with their meals and everything else that they need. And then we go pick them up at the end of the day and bring them back, and they spend the night in, we call it the annex. It's still a lockdown facility, but it's not part of the specific, the jail proper, I guess would be a good way to say it. In 2018, we had a total of 483 inmates participate in this program. And we had always heard that a lot of these inmates were offered jobs by these companies that we put them up in. So we, Sergeant Baldwin decided to start tracking that last year. And so of the 483 inmates that went through, he tracked 221 of those inmates. And 169 or 76.5% of those inmates were all offered jobs from the company that they were working at as they were an inmate in the jail. I think that's pretty fantastic, actually. There are some things that inmates need once they are released to not be inmates again. And one of those is a job, and then they need housing, and they need IDs, identification. They need a state ID, and a mode of transportation to get around. So this is one way that we're able to help these inmates. And it's, like with any program, it's got its bumps, but this has worked in a pretty outstanding method. I have been contacted by several jails across the country asking, how do we do this? What do you do? And things like that. I think it's actually pretty neat. Sergeant Baldwin's been recognized nationally because of the type of program that he runs over there. Pretty neat. Go ahead.
So the jail receives revenue from the companies?
Yes.
that participate in the
So a
program?
lot of those, I think I may have some other numbers here for you.
On the last slide, it showed the overall revenue.
Yes, we did have a gross revenue of 712,000, which is actually a down year. We have been over $1 million multiple years, but we can only take certain types of inmates over there. They've got to have there are specific charges that they can't, if they're charged with an aggravated offense or an assault, something like that. We don't put them in our program. So, and our overall numbers are down. So the numbers that we house over in the annex, it's a very privileged area. So the numbers over there have dropped just like anywhere else. I think they're starting to come up. I think JRI that and any other state that's done it, there's a significant drop, just like we experienced. But those numbers come back after a point. Those that you're arrested with drugs, and convicted, there's a point where they become felonies again, and then they start coming into jail. If you're arrested on drug charges and you're staying in our facility and that's all you've got, and if you're a pretty well-behaved inmate, we'll put you in the annex and help you. And we've got programs over there that deal with addiction as well. So, yeah, it's kind of a down year for us financially last year bringing in, but I think a lot of that is due to our numbers.
And you said you just started tracking it in 2018,
Mhm,
so you
yes.
don't. That's an incredible number in terms of offers of employment, but we don't have more data, or maybe it's
Right.
going to be coming down the pipe of after 6 months, after a year, how many
Right.
people have been able to remain employed.
And I realized when I put that in that that's not a whole lot of data. I mean, that's a fantastic number, and hopefully it could stay like that. Over the years, when our deputies, we take them to work, and then throughout the day, we stop by and just do a walkthrough and make sure that they're behaving and that things are going well, and we take care of any concerns that the employer has. But more often than not, when our deputies go, there's a former inmate working there, and it finally just kicked in last year. Hey, let's start tracking this a little bit better.
But I think it's incredible. I think that's an amazing work that the sheriff's department is doing, and I only ask that to even highlight more. Over time, I think the ability to show that data is going to show the power of that program.
Agree.
Comment I have on that. I've been in there and talked with some of the inmates, and one of them, and I don't know where he's at or whatever happened, but he'd been arrested multiple times, and he was in a program, and he was anticipating getting hired when he got out, and he was actually pretty excited about it, because the problem that he was expressing, true or not, I don't know, but this is what he said. He said that he would get out of jail, and then to find a job, to have a place to live, was so hard that he'd wind up sleeping in the benches somewhere, and inevitably a police officer comes by and says, "Who are you? Wait a second, you don't have housing, you don't have an address." He comes back, and he says it was a cycle for him that he didn't know how he was going to break, because he never had an opportunity to really step out and make it. And that was his story, was that, and that's only part of it. I'm sure there's a whole
I was gonna
different
say,
side,
just because
but-
you're sleeping on the bench doesn't mean you're coming to jail. You gotta have something else going on for sure.
Well, he didn't have
yes.
an address, is what he said. He didn't have a place.
And
And
there's
so
still had to be a
he
criminal
might be in
offense there
between
too, yes.
jobs.
Yeah.
He said that the probation officer was saying, come back. So that was his story on it, but he was excited that it looked like he was going to get a job afterwards, and he was over in this facility, which I think is commendable.
I want to talk about that revenue just a little bit more. Let's see. So, what they are paid when they work in, no matter what they do. If they're a welder, they are paid market value for their position. Now, if they're paid $15 an hour in their position, they don't earn all of that money. A lot of that, they don't keep all of that money. A lot of that money goes to pay for court fees. If they have child support, it goes to pay for child support, and of course, taxes. But it also goes to pay, there's a portion that goes to pay for the Utah Victims Fund. And then as well as kind of helps to offset our costs as well. Some of that money comes to help, and I don't have those specific numbers, but there's a cost associated with housing them over there. And part of their wages goes to offset those costs.
That's
to
part
us
of the
as well.
pay to stay.
Yes.
Now,
No, that's completely separate, sorry. Yeah.
so then, but in that revenue that you say, is that revenue that you're talking about separate from what the inmates receive?
Yeah, so if they're making $15 an hour, they get 8 of that, and 7 of it goes to those other things.
So that 7 is what makes up in aggregate that
brings us to
$750,000
that.
or whatever.
Yeah, that's 712,000. Yeah. We also have a garden over there. It's a 7-acre garden, and the inmates that don't have a job out in the community, and even some that do, when they come back, if it's early enough and they want to go out and work in the garden, we send them out into the garden. We have a couple of greenhouses over there. We have beehives. I have an awesome video of one of our deputies getting attacked by bees, walking backwards and falling down. It's funny. If you're having a bad day, you just give me a call. I'll send you this video. It makes you laugh.
It's always funny when it happens to the other guy.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. And I won't say his name because I don't embarrass him, I think. But our programs. Back up one slide. Let me get back to that garden. There you go. So I think it's important to point out that all of that produce is used, and it's put to good use. We average 70,000 to 100,000 pounds of produce a year, and we use that in our kitchen to help offset food costs. And then we also donate a fair amount to the Food and Care Coalition, and the inmates know where that goes. I think that that's important, that they understand that their labor is going to feed not only themselves but others in the community that are struggling just like they are when they're not in our custody. Our programs. We have a whole bunch of programs in our jail. We are always looking at ways that we can improve. Because of the type of community, the type of people that live in our community, we are constantly turning people down. They come and say, "Hey, I have this fantastic program. I'd like to start in your facility," and they explain it, and we say, "That's fantastic, but I don't have the space." I'm kind of constrained by the blocks of our building, and then also don't have the manpower for a lot of them. However, we still have more programming and a wider range of programming than any other facility in the state. You can go ahead and hit that. So I do want to highlight the RISE program quickly. So this program is fairly new, and it actually started, we had a former inmate come to our jail and say, hey, and he really is a reformed person. My understanding is he just got accepted into MIT as well. So he's really turned his life around. He wanted to give back and came and we started him with GPS because the inmates that are on our GPS program are required to attend a class at night, and he taught in that class for quite a while, and then it just morphed into something more. It's still a small program, but right now we have 3 deputies, a lieutenant, and also the food services manager or administrator is over that, and then we have another deputy that on top of their other jobs, they're part of this program. We have 2 part-time therapists, one that was just increased to 3/4 time, and we also have a lot of help and community partners. As I said earlier, things that inmates need when they are released from jail to not come back to jail is they need a job, they need a place to live, they need transportation, and they need either their driver's license. If that's suspended, we help them get a state ID, or if their driver's license is not good for any other reason, or they just never got one, we help them get a state ID through this program. And that takes a lot of help. And we provide them with bus passes and things of that nature. So they have everything that they need. They have mentors when they get out. The program continues. They had a softball team this year, started by one of the therapists. Said, hey, that teaches them once they're out, they still come to this program. It's actually a really cool thing. We're teaching some things that are starting to become more recognized in national media forums, like mindfulness and meditation. We're teaching them those things. I had a therapist, an outside therapist who does not work for us, approach me one day and say, I'm working with some of your inmates that have gone through the RISE program, and they speak very highly of the program. In fact, one of them said it was actually kind of weird the first time a lieutenant from the jail came down and taught us to meditate. It actually helped us to see another side of that. They're not just a scary person in a uniform and a badge wanting to take us to jail. They're actually there trying to help us. So this big burly Jeff Jones sitting in with a bunch of inmates going through a meditation exercise and teaching them mindfulness. A lot of these inmates, and I wish I had numbers for you, it is still a relatively new program. They are screened by a couple of deputies on whether or not they can come into our program, and it's a pretty intense program that they're in. We hope to expand that. We hope to grow that. We don't want to bite off more than we can chew at this time. It's still an evolving, changing program, but it's I think the outside community is starting to recognize this program, and even the inmates themselves are realizing what a great opportunity this is for them. So criminal charges. There's a couple of pieces of equipment I want to just talk about real quick, because I'm going on and on here. But the commission helped us buy a body scanner, which is that monstrosity in the picture right there. And basically what this is if somebody comes into jail, they're scanned, and this will pick up, and additionally to buying that thing this year, we got that end of last year, and this year the commission helped us to get an additional upgrade program. That's basically an x-ray machine. So if somebody comes in, we scan them, and we can see if they've got a weapon on them. We can see, we have a lot say they claim that they swallowed a whole bunch of balloons of heroin or something. And we don't want those to rupture inside their stomach, because then that's a major problem for us. And we can scan them, and this machine with that new program will even pick out what that, it'll highlight all those abnormalities inside of their stomach or whatever. So we're able to look and say, oh yes, he did swallow. Officer, we're gonna refuse him. You need to take him to the hospital and get those things taken out. Also, if they claim to have swallowed something, we can scan them and say, you're a liar. You're coming into jail. But that is one thing that helps keep the people inside our facility, staff and inmate alike, safe. And I appreciate that very much. It helps us to identify any type of contraband that comes into our facility.
Do you guys have some estimates on, with the use of this, how much more you're detecting?
So I'm gonna go over some criminal charges here because of this equipment. And I don't know if that'll answer your question 100%, but I'm gonna give it a valiant try here.
Okay.
We also bought this machine right here. This is a mail scanner. So every piece of mail that comes in from the outside to an inmate is scanned. We are finding Suboxone almost daily. That they are hiding it. If you were to look at if they send in a photograph, if you were to look at the photograph, you or I would just say, oh, that's just like they spilled water on that photograph or something. A good thorough examination of that, and that machine picks up, no, that's actually drugs. And they're hiding these drugs in all certain kinds of places. One that actually surprised me and scared me just the other day is it picked up fentanyl, which is a very dangerous drug. One more thing that goes to the safety and security of everybody inside that facility is this mail scanner. It is a new technology. It's an expensive machine. We have jails from around the state call us and say, hey, if we bring this down, can we scan this for you? Absolutely, we'll scan your mail for you. There's also, because of these two pieces of equipment, we have identified drugs and other contraband that have come in, and we've filed 35 criminal charges this year just inside the jail with 68 associated charges. And most of those, good 90+% are directly related to these two pieces of equipment. Our ability to keep harmful drugs out of our facility.
So those charges are associated with whoever sent the mail, right? How does that work? I'm just,
So if they brought them in, if
if they,
so the mail one, yes.
okay.
However, Salt Lake County's doing something that we're going to try. We haven't quite done it yet, but we also, so there's a backside to this where if we scan some mail and it comes up with Suboxone, our lieutenant that's over our phones starts listening to that inmate's phone calls, and if he knows it's coming, then they're getting charged as well, because there's an attempted possession charge that we can get there as well. So, and then we turn that information over to our SET team, and they go find these people that mailed that in and charge them with distribution as well. So, okay. So this is my last slide. I think our deputies do an outstanding job, and they work in a tough environment. Keeping our fingers crossed, I think we'll only be short 8 to 10 deputies by the end of the year. We have 10 deputies in 2 different 10 deputies total in 2 different academy classes. One will be graduating here in a couple weeks, and the other one a couple weeks after that. So after their FTO process, hopefully by the end of the year, we'll be able to cut back our shorts significantly. And as I stated earlier, I have a concern when my guys are working so much overtime. I don't want to see them burn out. And right there in the middle of that second paragraph, I think burnout causes a ton of different problems. You have a deputy that's just not awake or not paying attention, and that causes problems. But I don't want their families to suffer as well. It's just not good for mom, dad, or wife or significant other to be gone all the time. We are always looking for ways to improve. I think some of this outside the box thinking, like the RISE program, or our the cases that are now being seen over closed circuit TV, those are good ways that we can cut back on overtime. Hopefully, as time goes on, our numbers will come back to support those things. But like always, if there are things that we can improve, if there are things that we can do better or differently, or start doing, we look forward to that. And our sheriff has very high standards for us, and we look forward to meeting those standards this year. Thank you. Any other questions for me?
I'm curious, how do we want to pause in each department? I don't know if is that really everything related to corrections, or I know that we're going to go to other departments and present, but is there another section where you want to talk in more detail, or someone from the sheriff's office wants to talk in more detail about the budget, or should we use this opportunity to talk about any budgetary questions on corrections? Anyone have a preference? I'm happy to ask some questions about
Okay.
corrections now then, in
Yeah,
that
let's do
case. I really appreciate this overview. I think it's really helpful, and it helps put everything in perspective. And I'm grateful for all of the work that you and so many of the deputies in our county do.
Thank you.
You know, it's Sheriff Smith made some opening marks, which I enjoyed, and I've had this conversation with him in the past where we talk about how our law enforcement personnel, and I know we're not talking about the enforcement side, but I think it carries over, are trained in a way and have the character traits of trying to step in and help and do whatever is needed whenever it's needed. And that's what we need, that's what we want, that's what we appreciate. And it's a little bit of a challenge when we start having the budget conversation, because that's not necessarily the way that you want deputies thinking on the fly. It's not how you want everyone in your department thinking. But I think from my perspective, I still feel the burden to somehow make that line of thought work in this process, in the budgeting process, because your budget is so massive. And it's doing such an important work that we have to find a way to connect that to outcomes, in my view, and measure. And I appreciate some of the areas where you've started to measure and track. So for example, started out saying the average is 2.7 times in jail for those booked.
Right.
And obviously the outlier of someone who's been through there 92 times. And so to me, what that tells me is every time that we have a program that helps reduce recidivism, and we can track that it's a proven model and it's actually working, that is reducing our costs in the jail. And when that's the case, those programs are worthy of additional funding. One, they're doing great things. I mean, we saw the metrics of people finding employment. So just from the human interest alone, it's a very positive development. But from a budgetary perspective, it's also a positive development because those people are not re-entering the jail. So I'm struggling. I want to go through and find the same ways that we can move the needle, right? And I expect that you have been doing your very best to manage the department. Those historical average daily population rates are interesting because they've gone down, but costs have not gone down. And that's an anomaly, right? I mean, there are explanations for that. We've tried to talk about that at other times, but until we solve that problem, it's a challenge, right? It's in the same way I'm saying, okay, it's worthy to give more funding to RISE, to jail industries, when you can prove that they're working. it's also the reason why you give more money to new staffing is because it can reduce the overtime, right? And when we have
That's
instances,
the hope.
that's the hope.
That's the hope.
But if we don't see it, then it seems there's a flaw in our logic, or what are we missing? And I think that's the process that I'm trying to go through, is why, and we might not solve it this year, but with outcome-based budgeting being in effect this year, I am asking that any additional costs is attributed to a particular outcome. So for example, if there's new staffing, that is to reduce overtime. And if that happens again where we don't see overtime go down, then I feel like we have to dig in and say, what is the problem here? Because we have continued to fund, and yet we're not seeing a reduction. We're not getting the outcome that we seek,
Sure.
right? And I use that, it is an issue that we need to discuss, but I also just use it as an example of, and I think you would agree, we don't want to fund programs on an ongoing basis that don't seem to do what we are hoping that they're going to do.
Absolutely not. It's a waste of money, obviously, but it's a waste of time and effort on my staff's part. And if something is going on inside the jail that we need to change, I'm all for it. If we're throwing money away, yeah, absolutely. I don't believe that there is. I mean, when you're running 20 positions short, that's going to increase your overtime significantly, even though your population has dropped.
It sounds like that, we're really close to having a good case study with these 8 to 10 coming online.
Right.
You'll
And
be able to track
got
as
more-
soon as they
more in the
come
line
online,
too, so,
what's the
right.
reduction.
The
in
problem is,
overtime.
I've got, like the sheriff said, we've got people that as soon as they hit their 20 years, they want to leave. And I've got 2 retiring. One's retiring to go on a mission, and the other one's it's just time to go. And that's the end of this month as well. And then another one that's going from the jail to judicial services. It's staffing down there is.
So you're really only going to be at 4
No,
or
don't
5
say that. I'm
new.
trying to be optimistic here. So I think we also are testing again. I mean, we test all the time, and we're testing again on Thursday. And we have 15 people that have applied. Hopefully, all 15 show up. If I want to be realistic, maybe 4 or 5 will actually show up to the testing. That's usually how it is. I think some of our staff are passing on information to to friends or former coworkers in other places, family members. I mean, I've got a mom, dad, and a son working in the jail right now. I've had 3 brothers go through. Well, 2 have gone through, and 1 is testing with us. I think word's getting around, and hopefully we will continue to attract good people. If we can get hired, then absolutely, I can see our overtime dropping. However, still have to remember there's the human element there where sick, vacation, FMLA, military leave, all those things come into play, which when they're gone, those positions need to be filled. Now, should it be as drastic as it has been this year? Man, I hope not. But how do I take that human element out of things? I mean, if they're sick, I don't want them coming to jail and making an entire housing unit sick, inmates and staff alike, those kinds of things. There's all these reasons, and I want to give people time off. I think that's healthy for them, and they've earned that vacation time. How do you account for those things? I'm hoping that if we can get closer to being only 8 deputies short, that our budget our overtime budget will decrease. But can I guarantee that? I can't. How do I track that? How do I change that? I'm not quite sure. And it's actually something that's been keeping me awake since we started having these conversations.
The other interesting thing that you showed in the presentation was that the ICE contract was one, but also change in drug laws were some of the causes that you saw in a reduction in the jail population.
Right.
This is one of the challenges in corrections is forecasting what the demands on our jail really will be, because in some cases that's out of the control of the sheriff's department.
Right.
It could depend on changes in drug laws. It could depend on our county attorney's office changing what they're
How they
going to prosecute.
Right.
And so in that regard, it almost requires some coordination in terms of forecasting the demand that's going to be in the jail. But I guess the one issue that I'm struggling the most with is, which is not, it's not really a criticism. I mean, certainly not of this administration. I think that Sheriff Smith has been incredibly transparent and incredibly cooperative of working with this budget. And he's only been in for a short period of time with a budget that's by far the largest in the county. But we're just not seeing the trend lines move of, let's say that the county attorney's office, this is a crazy hypothetical, but somehow their prosecution levels changed by 50%. And that did have a 50% change in the amount of bookings. And yet we didn't see changes in staffing or costs at the jail. That's the trend line that we kind of need to be able to correlate to make some of these decisions from a budgeting standpoint. And that's where I continue to just hope to push that we can find that. And then I guess a related point is, I don't know how many is open in your specific department, but I know that the sheriff's department overall had about 30 unfilled positions. So basically in the baseline budget, there's 30 unfilled positions plus a couple million of overtime, at least. Actually, I think it's more than that. I think it's more. It's closer to 2.5 million of overtime. And so with new personnel, it's a little bit hard for me to understand why there's new personnel. I see some of the other requests. You need the best technology, right? That's one of the best. It was in your core values as part of professionalism, is you need to be able to do your job to the best of your ability. There's vests to protect the deputies. There's a lot of those requests in there that I think make a ton of sense. On the new personnel side, I say, isn't the funding already there in unfilled positions? And if you were to fill all of those positions, which you've been unable to do in the past, that would have a corresponding decrease in the overtime, which is already funded in your 2020 budget. Maybe you can comment on that.
Potentially, I think. I think potentially what you're saying is correct. When we put in additional requests for additional staff, so we are bound by our staffing plan. So when we put in an additional request, that's what we're ultimately saying is, yeah, I know I'm 20 deputies short in the jail. I think you're 7 in patrol and 3 over there in judicial. That's where you're getting your 30 numbers. But what we're asking is, even though I'm short 20 guys in the jail, I want to create different positions in the jail. And the 2 additional staff that we are asking for, one is in our, these would be more of a weekday position, and they would work in our special housing unit or our lockdown area, because we have some major problems in that area, some individuals that are difficult to deal with, and also in our medical housing area. Before I went to patrol, that was my last assignment, was working in medical, and there were times when I'd only have a couple of inmates in there that I had to work with, and now the housing in there has more than doubled, and it's constantly full, and they are high maintenance individual, and I've got one deputy down there that's just, I mean, if you guys are bored on a Friday, come on down and I'll have you sit in medical for a couple of hours, and you'll need a bottle of Excedrin by the time you're done. I mean, it's just a crazy place, and trying to help the deputies that are assigned to that, get them another body down there, not one that they have to call on the radio for, somebody that's actually down there and splitting that workload.
I think you made a great case for the need of that additional body there in the medical. I guess, but I actually really appreciate what you just said. If I heard you correctly, it's as if you're saying yeah, there might be the funding in the existing staffing plan, but the positions are not necessarily the positions you need.
Right.
But that could be arranged through modifying the staffing plan in a way
Which-
that suits your needs as you see fit to manage your department.
Which is, so ultimately, I think the best thing to do is to have two people on the same shift assigned in there all the time, not just a Monday through Friday type thing during our busiest times of day. I would like two people in there 24 hours a day. Because we have closed areas, if these positions are not, or these new two positions are not granted, if we are able to become more fully staffed, then I'm going to take, so one of our areas, all of our areas are named after ski resorts. Snowbird 1 is our biggest area inside the jail, and that houses 120 inmates. That area is closed, and it requires 2 deputies to be in there all the time when it's full. I don't see us opening that anytime soon, knock on wood. So if I'm able with our current staffing plan to get those positions filled, they're going into those, the medical and Canyons 1 is what it is, those areas. So there's a plan in place for that. It's just when we fill back up, I believe we will. I think we will be higher this year than our average daily population than we were last year, not by much, but just a little. But JRI is starting to catch up. I think there's a whole bunch of problems with JRI in and of itself. There's always the mandate from the state, this is the program, this is what you're doing, and then there's no funding on the backside. County has to cover the burden of a lot of that. And, you know, these inmates, they're not charged with a felony now, it's a misdemeanor. They're supposed to go get some help, some therapy. Well, there's problems with therapy. One, it doesn't work unless you're ready for it and you want it to work. And two, it's so expensive. I mean, to go get private, I mean, you're looking at $100 an hour for therapy, right? And even with the county programs, county's overburdened with their therapy programs here. I think there's a,
I'm glad you touched on that, because I just wanted to touch, when you talked about the forecasting for the future of what we may need, that's a loaded question. Because, and I'm glad you touched on the JRI a little bit. You see some of those numbers coming down, and I think we can correlate some of that to JRI, but we can also look to other states that have done the same thing. And, you know, you mentioned other programs that are happening within our county, which are kind of a continuation of JRI, you know, before it even gets into JRI. Well, as we look and we research and we see what's happened in other states that have done the same thing, it's not really changing behavior. And what you're getting is people, yes, they're getting more chances before they get into the system, but they're still later in life, they're getting into the system. And now they're even a harder criminal than they were before. And so they're, right now, you know, there's an audit being done on what's happening in Utah with the JRI. And I haven't seen the results of that. I've heard initially that, you know, it's not doing the things that it was purported to do. So the forecast, yes, we came down, but there's a probability that as it catches up, we're going to see those numbers increase in our jail again. So I don't think either one of us can stand here and tell you, yeah, we expect to just see this continue.
Totally. And I totally respect that the forecasting the demand on a jail is a hard task. And it really is more of a point of, but I think you would agree, Sheriff, that when there's dramatic changes in jail population, or let's say that there were, you know, triple the population in some of these alternative programs like RISE and Jail Industries, that you should be able to track how the costs then shift to those programs that are serving that population instead of the traditional program.
And I'm with you 100% on that. In fact, before I was the sheriff, I asked that same question, and specifically about JI. What can we show? What are the statistics? I had the same exact questions, and hopefully that spurred that getting tracked. I don't know, but you know, I look forward to continuing to track those programs and be able to say, yes, they're making a difference, and here you go, it's on paper.
I was listening on the phone, but on the overtime, I have it down at $2,063,500.
So
which is a 32% increase over last
so
year.
this year, is that what you're talking about?
I have the tentative budget for 2020, and then I'm going off the 19, so I've got 2,063,500 versus 2019 was 1,558,000.
Well, I do need to clarify what I was looking at. Yeah, my numbers are awful, but I was just looking at housing because that's the bulk of our thing. I failed to look at the entirety of it. But yeah, we're gonna be over, I said in my presentation, over $1 million, and Commissioner Ainge pointed out we're already over, way over. We're looking at about 2 million in overtime. Just for the jail.
So
At
how are you
1.7
forecasting
currently.
that? What's,
1.7 currently for this year, correct?
I believe that's what he said, yes.
yeah. So what's your, I mean, how are you forecasting the 2,063,500? What's the,
Just looking at what we were using this year, we're going to be close to that by the end of the year. That was only through pay period 20, I believe. So there's still another 6 pay periods, and I'm still down 20 guys.
all right?
Now I'm down 20 in the jail. I do have 10 that we're paying wages and benefits for to go through the academy, but bodies in a seat, which I need in the jail, I'm down 20.
Yeah,
So
okay.
that's, even though it may on paper say I'm only short 10, those 10 are not in the jail. So I've still got those 10 positions I've got to fill on top of the other 10 that I don't have bodies for yet.
Okay.
Did I explain, was that
Yeah.
clear? Okay, all right.
And then, going down through the additional, well, maybe I should go to, so on what do I have for additional asks, I just want to mention that it's only, it's 327,000, which is significantly lower than we've
I
seen in the
tried.
past, right?
I tried, yes.
Usually that one's a lot higher, but so it is the 327,000. When I look at the fingerprinting machine, and the jail booking, I'm assuming that is to replace
Yes.
or an additional?
The one that we have is outdated. The company, I forgot the name of the company that we go through, and the lieutenant is really sick right now. That's overbooking. But that machine, they don't provide updates for anymore. It's outdated and old.
Okay.
Cross match. There we go. Thank you.
The copiers, we know they go out. We know we have problems with them.
And I will say that we have been able to purchase 2. I believe we only need one more now.
We need one in housing, one in
Oh, there we go. We do need 2.
Additional.
Two new copiers to replace old ones, yes.
Okay, we talked about the additional deputies and the jail medical and so forth, and the jail special housing units that you have there, and then the nursing positions. I guess overall, my question, because we just barely met last week.
Right, Thursday.
Yeah. and talked. Is there any way on your budget as you look at it that you could hold serve, meaning that you could hold this year, the funding that we have for this year into next year, with a slight increase, just overall, just for you as corrections?
So let me make sure I understood you correctly.
From our conversation that we had on
So
Thursday.
we'll add the 2.3% to
Right.
our 2019 budget. Is there any way I can hold to that? So I crunched some numbers, just really quick, because we haven't had a whole lot of time to really dive
And
into
I know
that.
it's a little unfair because you probably
I will
not
say
working
that
over the weekend on it.
I believe that's going to be extremely difficult, and let me tell you why. One, our intergovernmental expenses have gone up significantly. It feels like when my rent for the jail goes up by, was it $2 million? I mean, that cuts significantly into my budget, which means I'm actually getting quite a bit less in my budget because that money's already taken away from me. And then there is the big question that Commissioner Ainge has brought up several times, is the overtime. What is my overtime going to be? And I think the outlier is medical. What is medical? What type of inmates are we going to have? So far this year, we're going to spend $500,000 in medical, but I haven't had another cancer patient come in. But I just don't know.
Yeah, we can never forecast that.
How can I forecast that? And
Yeah.
unfortunately, I think corrections and all in law enforcement for that matter is a drain on either a county or a city's or a state's budget. That's just inherent to the profession.
So, and I realize that with the internal funds, service funds that are there, that's something that you have no control over. But that is something that we can look at as a commission. If that was adjusted or modified, would you be able to do it?
Without any additional requests of funding any of our additional requests?
Well, with some, I'm just trying to find, again, I'm looking, when we get that, when you're done with the sheriff's department, trying to find a way, because I realize there are some funds that you just don't have there's no control over, but we can look at that and look at it in an appropriate way. Let's assume that we held on the internal service fund at 2019 instead of that $2 million, you know, that's projected to go in there, and said, some of these are not gonna be needed for this next year, we're gonna hold off.
So, I believe my approved budget for last year, Deneen, do you have that? I believe it was $31,665,268.
I have 31,505,422.
Oh, well, let's go with my number.
So 2018,
Oh, 2018?
is that, or did
I went off 2019 approved
2019?
budget.
I just wasn't,
Oh.
last year's always hard, which year we're dealing
Yes,
with.
yeah. And what was that number you had, Commissioner Lee?
It's-
31,501,422.
Yeah, that's the number in the system.
Okay, so I figured it at 164,000, just shy of 164,000 more. And I came up with an increase of 728,301, so we're probably looking about 650,000, 70,000 there, something around that. So basically, what I would need to cut in comparing to my 2020 requested, it's about 600, maybe those, I have numbers for what I figured it out. So I figured out that I would need to cut $625,883 from the numbers that I had. So it'll be a little bit less than that. Do I have to give you a yes or no?
Oh,
'Cause then
no, I mean,
Could-
it's not,
could we
it's
do
not,
it?
I know we're still working on the numbers, it's just, we're ballparking it right now and just,
It would be
From
tough,
my
but
pers-
I think we could accomplish it.
The percentage is in some cases, a somewhat arbitrary number, but I think you've basically already stated that you can fund the new positions you need most, you can fund with existing staffing.
Yes.
Especially if we approve a modification of the staffing plan, which
and
rearranges
that's in
dollars from
addition,
there.
I mean, that's not even, mine was more holistic with it, but I think on an internal basis, that can be done too.
I believe it. I believe that can as well.
But if that happens, I'm not positive the point you're making. I mean, that reduces the vast majority of all of his new asks. If he were to be able to fund that on his 2020 baseline budget, with the staffing plan, then he has $100,000 of new requests on a $31 million budget, which is 0.1% increase.
It's a 2.3% increase over the 2019.
No, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Are you looking at the baseline? Like right now, even their entire new asks is
And you-
well less than, it's less than 2%.
Well, because you have the baseline too. You're talking about the baseline and the additional.
Well, no, just the additional is well under the number. If you're saying you take the additional, the new requests and where the 2020 baseline is, and you compare that to 2019, then I understand what you're saying. But
I think, if I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Ainge, is we look at our 2019 budget, and I add 2.3% to that total, yes, it's $150,000 less than what my additional requests are, correct?
if you add 2.3% to your 2019 budget, it adds 700 and something thousand dollars
700,
to your budget. And
Right.
you've only asked for 327,000.
right.
That's what I'm trying to reconcile here.
Yeah.
And we don't even, and I don't even think that we need to give all of that. I think that there's ways that he can get these asks without 200,000 of this.
Within your existing.
Yeah, I see.
Does that two
But-
point, what does that 2.3
But that,
encompass? Is that-
but that's also on the base too. So you've got the base and then the additional asks.
Is what you're saying,
Over and above the over 2019.
are you saying that the base
The
is
base-
higher?
The
So
base is
that's-
higher than the
so
219.
That's the question that we need to solve. So Deneen, where is the base, the 2020 base, or starting point? Forget about these new asks. The 2020 base over the 2019 approved. What's the delta between those two? And very unfair to put her on the spot like this, but I know she can handle it. She might need a couple minutes.
And I do want to mention, actually, before both Chief Higley's numbers and Commissioner Lee's numbers were strangely right, you had the adopted budget. His is the current budget, and there's been a few transfers out of housing to purchase some equipment and enforcement, so that's the difference between the two
Okay.
numbers.
That makes sense. As I looked at my requests, I think I've requested, not in additionals, but just baseline budget, $33,019,452.
Got it. So that's
It's-
where,
It's showing 33,550,528.
Well, that's why I'm a cop and not,
okay, so that's a $2 million increase on the baseline before we get to the new requests.
Right.
Right, and so that's well over this number that we're talking about.
That's a 6.5% increase is what that is over the 2019.
But is 2 million of that increase rent charges at the jail?
It is. It's all in there.
So, yeah,
And that's why I say that they can't do anything about that. That's a charge that just comes straight to them. But it is something that we should look at and take into consideration as we're considering this. Now, on a holistic basis, this is coming out, the 2 million, whatever it is, comes out, it's not just the jail. I mean, you have the other facilities in there too. So just on a fairness part, it's gonna be overall
see,
encompassing.
this is an interesting point. If you take the 2 million out from the public works, the internal service fund, then essentially the budget has not increased. So,
Just to clarify, the $2 million differential is between 2018 actual rent and 2020 budgeted rent. The difference between the 2019 budgeted rent and 2020 budgeted rent is only about $300,000. Because when the actuals come in, they're less than what the budget
than
is.
what and I went off 2019 budgeted, not 2018 actuals.
so a lot of the increases are in other line items other than,
My guess would be personnel costs.
Well, Deneen, I'm looking at the charges for internal service funds. And just in corrections, and it says budgeted for 2019 was 6,901,527.
Right. The
But the
other,
2020 says 8,020,813.
so I'll have to go down. So the internal service funds include motor pool. It also includes the meals at the kitchen, and then the building rent, telephone, radio, computers. So I'm gonna guess right offhand that that's probably a difference in the kitchen meals, but, because that's a larger number.
And the reason why I bring this up in looking at, in the internal service fund, this is countywide. It appears that in 2019, we have 12,847,905, and in 2020, it's 15,463,839, which is a 20% increase. I'm just submitting to their commissioners, that is a fund that I think we should take some look at and figure out what's going on there with a 20% increase. Now, granted, I'm not sure what's in there, what's going on, what they're replacing, but I'm questioning why. And I know, Sheriff, we've had that same you and I have had that conversation, and you questioned it as well, and that's what spurred the thought of, we need to look into it.
I had a question on the 2.3%, as far as when you're asking, can we make that work? So are we looking at staffing or step increases, wages and benefit increases? I mean, what is that encompassing as we move forward?
I think that it's all on the table. I think that everything needs to be on the table, and that's the reason why, focusing on this one. I basically asked, just for the other two commissioners, I asked the Sheriff's Department to go through an exercise where they take their budgeted items for this year, their budgeted amount, and hold that and then add an increase of 2.3% and put the numbers in there, realizing that it was gonna cause some struggles in accounting, but hopefully you put everything on the table. And so even though you don't have, naturally you're gonna say, let's take that off the table because there's nothing I can do with it. Put it on the table and say, well, if we could do this with this account, that may help. One of them being this internal service fund. And say if that's on the table, maybe this will be able to help out.
And I think and that helps me understand a little better where you're coming from. But I think in all fairness, with all of our areas, not just the jail, it's a hard question for us to answer right now because we don't know if we're going to be able to do anything with our intergov funds or what we can expect with possible increases in steps and other things. We haven't had the time to really take all that into account to really answer your question.
Right, I get that. It's an exercise, I think, going through it a lot of times, but if you can go back, look at your staffing, look at the merit step increases, look at the internal service fund and say, I can get to this number, but this is what needs to be done to get there. And I think that's the exercise that I'd like to see.
So just to clarify, the $1.1 million that you're seeing from the 6.9 to the 8 is $300,000 for rent, $440,000 for kitchen meals, and $358,000 for vehicles. That's the $1.1 million.
And what's that what is that 1.1 again? Just
The numbers you were reading, $6.9 million in 2018 for internal service leases and corrections to $8 million in 2020.
oh, so that's the increase you're talking about.
Right.
Okay.
That's how it's broken down.
And what's the 6 million underneath then? What's the 6.9 underneath?
She just described the difference.
Yeah, I know.
That's what
You just went from the difference of 6.9 to the 8,
Right.
but what's underneath?
So the internal service leases is vehicles, kitchen meals, building rent, telephones, radio,
Oh, you're saying that's all into
computers,
the 8?
programming charge, and so did, right.
That's all the questions I have. Any other questions there on corrections?
No, I think we'd covered it when we met the other day, so.
Just one other comment. You mentioned the well-being of your deputies there. I think that one thing that we'd love to see that we're starting to see from other departments is just picking your industry average or your goal for what that staffing ratio is, right?
Did some search on that. I haven't
Yeah,
found
no,
too much on that, but
I get that. But I mean,
yes.
you're acknowledging that from as a manager, you have
Have
concern
concern,
from a morale
absolutely.
and from a safety perspective. And so whatever number you tell us, we understand it's probably going to take some time to get there. Whatever number you tell us is the goal, that helps when you're coming and saying we need additional bodies because we know what what goal we're trying to track to.
Right, yes. And like I said, I did do some preliminary searching. I just haven't found that yet, but I'm working on that.
Thank you.
That's, I mean, we talked about that the other day. And
Right.
I'd really appreciate that, because I think it helps us understand the
I
standard.
would like to know where that is myself. Like I said, I worry about my staff working so much. I know there was some concerns. Some of those guys are there all the time. In fact, I can't remember if it was in our meeting with Commissioner Ainge or Commissioner Ivy where when I got that audit that was done, one of my staff worked almost 2 full-time jobs here. It was just a couple hundred
Right.
hours short of working 2 full-time jobs here at the sheriff's office. That's concerning to me. That's not good for him. It's not good for his family. And, if I can do something to curb that, yeah, absolutely. It's something I want to look at.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I think next up is administrative services. Is there any interest in taking a comfort break, or do you want to keep moving?
I'm fine. I
Keep
don't-
moving.
You can keep going.
I'm Lieutenant Williams. I'm over the Administrative Bureau, which consists of, as you can see up above, internal affairs, recruitment and retention, public records, public safety, training, and firearms. So the internal affairs, I was just going to give you an overview of what we do over there. We are the ones that investigate complaints of misconduct. These are on officers. These come in through citizen complaints, through in any kind of source where people are recognizing or it has came to our attention of any type of misconduct on officers, whether it's violations of the law or violations of policy. In internal affairs, we also do all the background investigations on any officers in which we hire. And that includes, you can see on this list, all law enforcement, that's corrections, enforcement, judicial, wildland fire, all civilians also, anyone that works within the corrections division, that's full-time, time limited, clergy, vendors, contractors. So there's a lot of backgrounds that go on there. And all volunteers in policing, search and rescue, sheriff's office, communication auxiliary, et cetera, et cetera. On the background check, just to give you guys a little bit of idea of what goes on in there, its requirements is the polygraph, psychological fitness for duty, medical check, drug screening, home visit, interview, previous employer check, and verification of records. That's their driver's license, social security, things like that. You can tell when they were saying how long it takes for someone to get hired on, there's a lot of work that goes in just to make sure we're getting exactly what we're paying for. We always want the best of the best, and so we have to go out and do all these things to make sure, just to verify this person is who he is that they're saying. Public records, these are part of our department as well. They do all the grammar requests, citizen background checks for outside agencies, or not outside agencies, outside employment, like when an employer says, hey, we want to do a records check to see if this person has a criminal background, they go through us to do that as well, and those are our records clerks. You can on this, they also do all the case files for all our criminal files for anyone that gets arrested. That's over 10,500. And they did over 330 private background checks, as well as 1,700 grammar requests. Public safety, we also have some dispatchers these are straight state mandated, required to have. They are the ones that will run the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. They do all the compliance checks for fingerprints, background, and computer use for BCI, all law enforcement incidences. And then they also do other things such as, I'll give you an example, when Nathan Hahn, a young 17-year-old kid, was killed just outside of Arrowhead Trail. If you remember that, we only had one tiny piece of evidence that we could try to tie up to a vehicle, and it was a Dodge pickup, for example. And they ran all the Dodge vehicles for the entire county, on the plates, so we could go out and verify if any of those vehicles had been involved in a wreck between these certain years. So they do a lot of records management and statistics as well. And then this handsome fellow you'll all recognize, our public information officer, this is Spence Cannon. He controls all press releases from news outlets, public interest on all major cases, social media, that's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. He covers all of that to kind of give us the face of the sheriff's office, just transparency as well as public information on anything going on that we can release. I'm going to have Sergeant Radmal come up. He's going to cover the firearms because we do have an additional request for staff on that. He's going to cover his area. He is our armor and range master.
All right, good morning. Just gonna go through this real quick and first just kind of do a breakdown of what we do in firearms and training. And I don't know if you need, I'm Sergeant Sean Radmal. So. And then some of the things as we look at it, you'll see what my interests are on budget stuff. Before I'll speak to them too much, I wanna make sure with the sheriff and undersheriff and chiefs where that falls in their prioritizing. So what might be a priority to me might be different than what they've got. So just kind of, just so you understand where we're coming from with it. So for training, this just kind of gives you an overview, and apologize, I'm looking at it on my phone a little bit as well, so I can kind of see it here because I'm a little blind. Make sure I'm in the right place. So this is kind of an overview of what we do in training. We teach all the new hires when they come in, put them through basic classes, and that includes training on firearms, tasers, everything they might need, use of force, case law. We coordinate and instruct the Teachers Academy that just started this year. We record and submit all the training records and logs that are submitted to us from all the sworn into both Spillman and into to Post, or the Police Academy for the state. Coordinate and teach at our annual Sheriff's Office training that we do at least once, maybe twice a year, depending on the needs of the different bureaus. We teach the taser programs, a lot of different use of force, the virtual training program, all in-house training has to come through, not has to come through, but we manage it and make sure of what the curriculums are and how they match with what we want and the needs of the department. Pretty much that pretty well covers it. We are the regional coordinators for Post for our area region, which covers Utah County, Summit, Wasatch, and I think that's about it. So we have to manage a lot of the training there as far as helping with Post and that, all the firearms training, and then disseminating any training information we get out to the sheriff's office for people to look for to try to get to training. So this is kind of a breakdown of the different, and this isn't all of them by any means. There's a few that I missed. But this is a lot of the different training teams that we have. So these are made up of basically part-time instructors. They have a priority, a different job, and we use them as we can. So we tend to try to overstack them so we have enough people to use them to do the training. But so those are the different ones: the firearms team, the VirTra, EVO, EOD is not on there, but that's another one. A lot of our SWAT instructors will make sure that what's going on that way is kind of coordinated as far as the needs of the department. The Teachers Academy, I think you're aware of this, just started this year. This is something I personally have a huge love for. I've been kind of looking at for the last couple of years. Sheriff Smith took it to a different level that was even more beyond what I was anticipating. And it, I don't know, blew up. Would that be the right term? I think we got even more than we expected on the response. It's a lot of time, a lot of effort, and I think the payback from it's humongous. It's just amazing. And we had to turn people away from it in the classes we did this year. So that's something that we've kind of managed and coordinated the instructors for and keep that going. Firearms training. This is one of our main areas that we run, and we conduct training obviously for our department. Qualifications multiple times a year. We're over researching, developing, looking at all of the different firearms as they come out. What's better for us? What's maybe something that's outdated that we need to get rid of. We do have about a 30-man part-time firearms instructor team, so we're able to utilize those. Just get a lot of bodies for safety when we're out the range. Again, testing firearms, testing the ammunition, making sure that it's up to par for where we want it. I think that's, and then I think the bottom one you can see there that we'll talk about is the maintain the armor certifications. So we have a large number of different types of weapons. We've got to be certified to be able to armor, inspect once a year, and maintain or repair any of those if they have problems. So the shooting range, again, we're responsible for that. There's 2 of us that are the range masters. We do all of our basic repairs, maintenance, anything. For me, it's anything that involves electricity that might hurt me, then I call Public Works, but I'm a little scared of that. But everything else, we maintain it, repair it as we need it, coordinate with several different entities that we bring in throughout the years for like the SWAT competitions you've seen, or our LETSI conferences that are held up there for law enforcement. We work with probably well over 25 different agencies now that we allow to use the range. So we kind of, coordinate with them on when it's available for them and make sure they're using it appropriately and what kind of training they're using it for. And then I have there that we work with a local range equipment company, which is Action Target, who most of our equipment is through. It's kind of nice for us because they can come up and test their equipment, and most times they just kind of say, here, we'll just leave it here for you guys to have once we've tested it. And it helps us maintain in that relationship with them is pretty good. So we have to keep up on that. Public time at the range, from the spring through probably the end of this month, we try to keep it open on Friday nights and Saturdays for the public to come use it as we can. So we've got to staff that. And then I think, trying to make sure if I'm reading everything, I think that pretty well covers it all. The bottom one is all the specialty stuff that we provide the range facilities for them and coordinate with them for what they need. So maybe I can see if I can say one more time here. So our personnel and training needs, and again, this is where this is what we're looking at that we need, but I don't want you to mistake that because where it comes in, the sheriff and under sheriffs and chief deputies in their priority list. So it may fall different for them, but as far as once you get to that, this is some of the stuff as to why we need it in the administrative services area. 2009, just a little bit of history. We had basically 5 people that were working involved in training in firearms full time. Or sorry, 4, and then the polygraph position that helped with training when he wasn't doing polygraphs. So you had a training sergeant, you had a firearms sergeant, you had a firearms deputy, you had a second deputy that was over rad kids and helped with training in firearms, and then the third deputy that was the polygraph position, and he helped with firearms and training quite a bit. Due to budget costs, we were looking at possible layoffs. They cut a bunch of those positions, and now we're down to 2 of us. So there's just me, myself, and a deputy. We have a part-time rad coordinator, but she doesn't, part-time doesn't work with us in our training and firearms side of it. So at that time, we had 278 sworn personnel that we were submitting records to post for and managing. And since then, the way we do the management of the records has changed, what post requirements are, breaking them down individually. And at this point in time, this last year, I had to submit training records for 325 sworn. And now that they're broken down into individual ones, it was 461 separate different events that had to be submitted to post and to Spillman, and most of those have, some of them might be department-wide training that all of us are on, or it might be just 1 or 2 individual trainings. So it's a little bit more time-consuming trying to get all of that coordinated, submitted. And so the biggest issue we have with it is just we're spread so thin that what we really need to get done isn't getting done, and we're a little bit of concerns there. So for our personnel, and this isn't just for the administrative bureau, this is sheriff's office wide, all sworn personnel are required to have 40 hours of training per year to maintain their certification through post. Post expects that you do new training. They prefer it. We can turn in training that's basically, we call it maintenance training. And what that is maybe if your qualifications for your firearms, you go up and you requalify, that's more of a maintenance training than it is a new training. It does work for the training hours, but it's not what's desired. We want new training if possible. Most of us are only getting, out of that 40 hours, probably 2/3 of it is maintenance training. It's updates on EBO training to firearms, to anything that we're just maintaining the stuff we've had. When we take them up to do the firearms training in the spring and fall, if it's a 3-hour training, 1 hour of it's committed to just basically the qualification, which is a test. So they're really only getting 2 hours of maybe new training. So you're talking 4 hours total a year for firearms training. It's considered new training. So with all the different things the sheriff's office is responsible for, that maintenance training is tough to swallow when we have so many needs that different people want to go to. At one time, so I believe it was around 2010, I think it was cut. We used to, years ago, before I was ever over in this position, we had, I think it was a $30,000 budget to bring training in from the outside for the sheriff's office. It was cut to 20,000. I believe in 2010, it was cut to 15,000. And then I believe in 2016, it was moved into restricted funds, so we kind of had to request it, made it a little harder to use. And 2017, it went away entirely. So for a training division for the sheriff's office, we have a $0 training budget. So we have no way to bring any training in or utilize even the convention center, which is how we were able to pay for that, if we were to use it for training for our department. So right now, we're at about 325 sworn. There's probably 200 plus more civilian and volunteer staff, and the budget's 0. So each department, or I'm sorry, bureau, and they'll speak on their own stuff of what they have as far as their training budgets, but they have individual amounts. But if you look at, I think, patrol, for an example, they have less than $70 per deputy allotted for training. There's no training you can go to for $70 per year. If you want to go to a one-day single, basically a single topic training, just bare minimum for one day, it's probably at least going to cost you $250. So for $70 a year, we really can't send anybody to training to get them that new training. So right now, with looking at training costs and the budget, part of one of our training things, and again, I want to make sure it stays in context with what they need as far as their priorities, but you'll see in there that we're requesting some training monies for us in our bureau, which is just, it's the money we've always had. We've always had training money for the range master and armor because we're certified on so many different weapons, use of force, all these different things we teach. Last year in 2018, some of it was reprioritized for some other training, and that's the money that we have now showing going forward to 2020, and it's less than half of what we had 2 years ago. And I've got a brand new armor deputy that's with me, and for me, there's just no way I can get him up to speed on all the different weapon platforms he's got to be, and then maintain my certifications. So I see a little struggle I have with that on how that's going to work. And then last thing here, so all right, I just want to touch on back to the firearms when we're talking about the training and what we need to provide. Right now, we're giving basically the minimal training when it comes to firearms. They're getting enough time to go up and qualify. If they're issued a rifle and a shotgun, they get 4 hours once a year to qualify and train. So, and it's a lot of it has to do more with scheduling and overtime and trying to get them up there, and then the budgets for the equipment and the ammunition for it. But what we see is a lot of times, anytime a firearm is actually used in the line of fire or line of duty, it's devastating. Right? It usually has a pretty devastating effect on citizens, us, whatever. What I don't think sometimes is understand is how many times firearms are actually used that they're used but not fired. And I think it shows a pretty good how it shows how impressive our deputies really are. Their discipline, that with a limited amount of training that they get, and as much as their firearms are actually used in the course of their jobs, and we have rarely any kind of a problem. Everything that they're used for is usually pretty justified, and that their discipline is that, and they're getting a small amount of training. And I think that at some point, though, it may catch up to us, that we're not providing enough of it. And to me, that's one of the things that keeps me awake at night as a trainer. Every time I hear of an incident, I'm dreading that the deputy, a citizen, even a suspect's been hurt based on something we failed to train. And I think most of your liability, things that you see as you look across the country, when every time that there's any kind of an incident, at least the public, if you read the comments on KSL, are screaming about how we're either highly trained or we need more training. I don't know which one it is, but that's the variety of comments. I think we're minimally trained. And I think when you talk in terms of keeping employees happy, we were looking at that, what wants to keep them here, wages is a second. I think when you look at the job satisfaction comes first. I think most people stick around if they enjoy their job. And I think if they feel like that they've got the support to go to training and get what they need to be safe in their job and do their job, then you're gonna see a little bit more of them as wanting to retain them and stay because they feel like they're supported. And I think that's where we're failing, is that we need to push that. And I think we'll see a lot bigger retention on our employees. I think you'll see a lot better performance from them if we can put them towards training that they're happy and they enjoy. And then one last thing I was gonna touch on the firearm stuff, because then as we're looking at budget stuff, and this question was brought up, is what costs, how they are with ammunition. It's a guessing game. We won't know until February. It's super secret on what's gonna happen. On an average, ammunition goes up 3 to 5% each year. There's some years that it's stayed level. It hasn't, this year it did not go up from last year at all. But it just depends on the type of ammo. One year you might have 9mm doesn't go anywhere, and 223 goes through the roof. Usually it depends on what our military needs are or what consumer needs are, what changes the cost on it. The only time I've ever seen it drop was 22 long rifle. When it went through the roof because of the demand, it finally settled back down. That came down. That's the only drop I've seen. So as you look at that, and we're training guys and we're getting bigger and bigger, you can expect that ammunition costs probably at least a 3 to 5% increase. And we're pretty, I don't know if frugal's the right word, but I mean, we were pretty careful about how we allot that money and spend it on our needs and make sure. So, and then I think the final one we'll throw on here is, did I not go through all these? I think I talked about them, but the Rad Kids program. And this is not necessarily my specialty. This is Jen, and this has been going on for a long time, but I think to date, they've had over 3,500 participants to go through this, and most of these are citizens. This is stuff that's kind of a give back to the community on how to teach them and their kids to protect themselves. There are, classes obviously in-house for sheriff's office and or I should say Utah County employees. But a big portion of this is goes back to the public. We've got volunteers, again, part-time or full-time employees that are part-time instructors that help with it. I think they put through almost 400 people this year in 19 classes, and so they stay fairly busy with it for being part-time. But that's their rad program. It's pretty impressive. So I think that's it for me.
Just a couple questions I have in looking at it. So in the additional request, I have 218,127. That's for, it says an add 1 sergeant enforcement position to the admin support and add firearms training supervisor. When I look at the detail report though, can you break that down for me? Because that comes to 207,119. Am I on the right page?
Without having
numbers
it in
don't
front of me,
match.
do you have? I don't have the.
I don't have the exact paperwork. They just were looking at costs for the vehicle training, getting them up and running, and it would be a new position that we're adding to it.
So the carryover cost is 112,960. Is that the additional cost? Is that the additional deputy?
So is that for the? I think is there two on there? Is there deputy and a
two.
sergeant?
It looks like it adds up to $94,150. Then you have an additional $119,969. So I see the overtime, the uniform, range master, local the training, travel, all those things. Vehicle in here.
Just say, without having
I'm
it
trying
in
to
front
find
of me, I
the.
couldn't tell
I'm
you,
trying to
but
find the. I'm trying to find the additional deputy.
the costs are a little bit as far as. I'm sorry, the additional.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if I'm looking at it right. Maybe I'm on the wrong page, but that's the breakdown.
So I know we submitted for an additional deputy and an additional
That
sergeant.
seems to be that, unless that 112,969 is the,
I believe
that's the deputy?
additional deputy. I think.
the
Does that-
94,150.
What?
Because
Yeah.
That's
this
the
is what they're
equipment.
saying here, 218.
That's the equipment
This
for the
is
person.
207. So I'm just trying to.
Vehicle training.
Yeah, and some of the equipment and training costs are higher for this position for the requirements of what it is 3/4 tons.
So the 94,150 is the deputy.
No, that's the additional associated
That's
costs.
the-
These are the wages and benefits associated with the additional deputy.
And that comes to 90. Oh, no,
Wages,
yeah, benefits and additional, so
associated costs.
numbers just didn't, add up. Trying to find it. So it looks like the permanent employee is 68,267, benefits is 44,702, and then the additional is the 94,150, for a total of 207,119. Is that,
Yeah,
okay.
207, yes.
For the sergeant, yeah, okay, so 203 for the deputy and 207 for the sergeant was the two overall costs.
All right, thank you.
I just want to make one quick comment on that. When we're looking at the training per officer, as you break that down, it was like 69 bucks per officer. And I can do some more work on this, but just to give you some framework on that, that's bad. That's bad, as we're looking at the liability that's associated with these high-risk activities that we ask our law enforcement officers to do. You're looking, and again, we're more than happy to put the work into this. I can tell you where I just came from. That number was about $892 per officer. Asking around to a couple different agencies, it stays about in that area, around $1,000 an officer in training. So just to give you a little perspective of how low we're sitting right now.
We're at
$69.
70 bucks. And the industry average is 1,000.
Well, and that, yeah, I don't want to go as far as say that's an average, but I'm telling you that's preliminary, kind of been consistent, but I'm willing to put some more work into that. But I think it's fair to say that we're very, very, very far below where we should be.
At least the surrounding entities are
Yeah.
at that level.
Yep.
I mean, it's a helpful number too that we just went through with those additional associated costs to realize that, you know, a deputy who makes, or a sergeant who's making 68,000, but their total all in with the benefits and with all of the equipment and training and additional costs was budgeted at about $207,000, which, you know, that's one of the most expensive positions in the county.
Yeah.
I mean, as it should be. They're being placed in very difficult situations, and they're doing a job that requires a ton of training. I just think that's a helpful benchmark, because I think sometimes we forget how much time and effort and training and financial resources have been poured into each and every deputy
Yeah.
position.
It is, and it, you know, throughout the year as we lose enforcement officers, yeah, when you start putting a number to it, to have somebody leave to go to another agency because they're going to make $5 more an hour, that's a huge hit to Utah County and what we've invested in that officer.
Sounds like you guys have already discussed everything I have, so I'm done. Just to reiterate on the training, we are asking our people to go out there. There are times they are putting their lives on the line. They are protecting our families, your families, this county's families. We want the best trained people up there. We want the best people hired. We want to retain the best people there. And when we do lose them, you're over $200,000 for a 10-year veteran, what you've lost and what you've trained them for, what specialties they have. So it is money that we do lose by not retaining these people or not bringing them here in the first place. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do something different. I'm fairly new to this position, although not to enforcement. I've worked my whole 24 years in it throughout most of the bureaus that we have. But I will have my lieutenants come up here, and they are going to let you guys know what they're very passionate about and what they do best. And so we'll have both Tom and Wayne come up right now, and they'll share the load with me.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Thank you for entertaining us. I can tell you we represent the men and women of the Patrol Division who are very enthusiastic about doing their jobs. They share the same vision that the Sheriff and Lieutenant Keith and I share, along with Chief Oliver. The Sheriff, earlier in his comments, spoke to core values of the Sheriff's Office. I can assure you that the men and women of Patrol extol and exhibit those virtues every day. That's what we try to do with our citizenry. The sheriff, since he's come aboard, has asked us to spend 15 to 30 minutes of each and every patrol shift, if possible, to reach out to someone in our community. Reach out to our citizens, befriend them, see if there's any assistance we can offer them, change flat tires, unlock doors, motorist assist, things of that nature. Our guys have done an incredible job of doing that, and we, on the other end, we're receiving those comments back from the public saying how much they appreciate it. We had a donor this year come forward, just to give you an example. This was refreshing not only for the public, but for our deputies as well. We had a very benevolent donor come forward, and they gave us pizza cards to take out to the public. And so what basically we did, we passed a Little Caesars gift card out to our deputies, encouraged them based on the sheriff's desire to do so. Those citizens were made contact with by our deputies, and were given a gift card for a pizza, a bread, and a soda. And it may be in lieu of a traffic citation. It may be somebody on a patrol beat that they simply needed some helping hands. I can tell you that's been a very successful program. One of our deputies sent me a photograph. I won't share that with you today because it shows this gentleman's face, but this was a gentleman he'd arrested 17 months earlier for serious drug offenses, who now was 17 months clean and sober since that arrest, and that deputy was able to hand him a gift card for a pizza. I can't tell you the value that has, and we need to go back to the sheriff and attribute those to him because he's been very positive about us doing those things. So, what we do in patrol. Wayne, feel free to chime in. We provide a highly visible law enforcement services to the unincorporated areas of Utah County, contract cities, as well as cooperative agencies, local, state, and federal. We assist many other agencies in our county. We take initial reports on all crimes investigated by the sheriff's office. Of course, those include, but not limited to, citizen contacts, traffic accidents, high-risk crimes in progress to include burglaries, assaults, aggravated assaults, theft, robberies, sex offenses, or homicides. We're also responsible for the daily proactive employment of all drug, alcohol, and traffic violations which occur in our jurisdiction. We also do citizen contacts. We do special event contracts. We respond to suspicious calls. And we also do numerous ex-patrol requests from our citizens. For instance, we have an ex-patrol request out now from one of our local hemp growers in the county who's been missing some plants. So we started to put an extra patrol in those areas. One of our deputies on proactive patrol was able to make an arrest with a gentleman that actually had one of the plants in the back seat of his car. So those extra patrol requests we get from citizens, we take very seriously. We respond to those, and as the end result on this particular one, an arrest was made. So we're very proud that we're able to do that. Additional duties we perform on patrol are community-oriented policing activities, Rad Kids, the Color Fest, Canine presentations, NOVA, Neighborhood Watch, the County Fair, and other special events. Wayne can attest our recreation and traffic teams also provide many of those services in each of our canyons, the lakes, the West Desert area, and other recreational activity areas. So it's been very successful what we're doing in patrol right now, and we're seeing some good results. As we go to the Canine team, which I'm currently over, I want to talk about them a little bit specifically. Right now in the Canine team, we have 6 dual-purpose dogs. When we talk about a dual-purpose dog, that's simply a dog that's trained in narcotics or suspect apprehension. And we have 1 bomb dog, which Sergeant Willis runs out of the IA division, and 1 dedicated dog that's a narcotics dog assigned to the corrections division. The team has been very successful for many years. In addition to the regular patrol duties, our canine units are often called to do narcotics detection work on vehicles and homes, outbuildings, schools, and even workplaces. Our bomb dog is consistently used to conduct sniffs at high-profile events, meetings involving dignitaries and other EOD events. We're looking to transition to a new bomb dog this year. The one we currently have is what, Chief? He's 12 years old. And so we'll be looking for a new bomb dog after the first part of the year. In addition, you're going to see on the budget request, we have another dog, a Key, who is now retiring after the first part of the year. He'll be 10 years old then. This is the dog that's had some serious back injuries and back issues that we've been dealing with. And so after the first year, we'll be looking to replace that dog as well. And you'll see the budget request for that item. The patrol dogs are out working the street. They assist in vehicle searches, suspect searches, narcotic searches, handle protection, and on search warrants, etc. I will tell you they also do numerous presentations annually, and those presentations reach thousands of people each and every year that are the benefit of those presentations to see what our canines are capable of doing. I've included the paragraph here. We're very fortunate to have highly trained and professional canine team. Our team recently went to the Las Vegas canine trials. We competed against 53 other dogs. One of our dogs took first place in narcotics vehicle search, which we're proud of. We also took first place in suspect area search and fourth place in handler defense. So for 3 of our dogs from Utah County to go compete with 53 other dogs and bring home that hardware is pretty impressive to us. You can see our calls for service on the canine team went up slightly. We had 715 calls in 2017. In 2018, that number went up to 724. We're currently on pace to break that record in 2019. Oftentimes, just the mere presence of a canine on scene will deter potentially volatile subjects from engaging with one of our deputies. I've been a canine handler twice. One of mine was a bomb dog. My other one was a patrol dog. I can attest to the fact that having that canine in your vehicle oftentimes persuaded somebody else not to engage me. So just having that dog by your side is a huge benefit oftentimes, especially when we talk about our recreation teams and our traffic teams that go into these canyons and outlying recreation areas. To have that canine there is a huge, huge benefit. We do support we do appreciate the support you've given us over the recent years with our canines. I know this year was kind of an abnormal year. We ended up replacing 2 of our dogs this year for various reasons, and so again, we appreciate your support in that regard. On training, I won't hammer it again, but there are a couple of things I would like to bring up about training. Each and every year, when we talk about our training. Unfortunately, this past year, Lieutenant Keith and myself, and specifically Lieutenant Rice, when she was still in our division, we had to turn down deputies' requests for training. That's not something I like to do. I think that we want all of our people to succeed here. We're the mentors for people to replace our positions. We want the best educated, most professionally trained people we can have to come and fill our shoes, and we decide to move on. I'm personally, it's been hit on before, but less than $70 per year per deputy is just, to me, it's abhorrent. I don't know how we can do that and expect our people to be trained and go out and serve the public in a professional manner. So I appreciate the fact you're willing to address that. In addition to that, I will tell you a couple of things that are benefits from training besides the risk, liability, and lawsuits. It's a morale booster for our guys. We expect our guys to work hard. They do work hard. They have interest besides patrol. These people want to move up in the ranks. They want to go on investigations. They may want to go to sex crimes. They may want to promote. And so these trainings, additional trainings, also help them in that regard. There's a mid-management certificate available that's worth 5 points on a supplemental resume when we have people apply for patrol positions. That's significant in the fact that we ask those people to get that level of certification, yet we can't send them to get the training for that certification. So again, based on promotional opportunities, it's a morale booster. It's nice when you have a guy that shows an interest in being on the traffic team, or he wants to be on the accident reconstruction team, and we're able to say, yeah, we need some help in that regard, so let's send this guy and get him some training. So I'll let it go at that, but there are a number of opportunities for training that we'd like to be able to provide for people. As we go to the next slide, it's a patrol calls for service forecast. We went back to 2014. You can see it's broken down by quarters there. You can see incrementally, it's gone up each and every year per quarter. For instance, 2014, the average call per quarter was 3,733. In 2019, thus far, the average has been 6,122. You can see based on the average levels incrementally increasing over the last 5 years, you see a increase of 6.9% in those calls expected by the year 2020, which we're soon going to have. These are other areas of responsibility we have in unincorporated areas of Utah County that we are, as you look at that list of towns, small cities and unincorporated communities, we have a number of calls in those areas, and those areas are certainly time consuming to get to, and in some of those areas, you can see Madison Bay and Schofield. That is one of our responsibilities, is the northern end of Schofield Reservoir, Colton area. I've been on calls in Colton where you're up there for 3 or 4 hours on one particular call. Some parts of Soldier Summit, Sundance, Vivian Park, South Fork, you can see all those areas we respond to, and we have additional responsibilities. Our top 10 natures of calls, you can see as you look at that graph, and this goes back to 2014 as well. You can see above anything else, our traffic stops are number one, and I think that number in 2019, 2018, we made 19,881 traffic stops. That's very significant. You see those numbers are higher than we've had in the past. As we look at some specifics on our top 10 calls in nature, you can see that our assault arrests are up, our DV assault arrests. In 2018, we're 95 arrests, up 30 from 2017, and thus far in 2019, we've had 85 arrests for domestic violence assault, with 3 months still to go in the year. Controlled substances arrest, 1,434 thus far this year. Sex offenses that we refer to detectives quite often, but we take the initial report on. In 2017, we had 78 sex offenses. In 2018, that number went to 94, and thus far in 2019, we've had 118. One of the things that we've looked at, even in our division as well, in Patrol Division, as has been mentioned, I'm also short-staffed in Patrol. We're 6 down, 7 down right now. As of last count, we had 9 applicants for those positions. We're not getting the quality of applicants we've seen in preceding years, and that's certainly a concern to us. This opening will be open till the 24th of October, and we hope that we see an increase in the number of applicants. One of the issues, quite frankly, we've made some COEs, conditional offers of employment to potential deputies in the past that have failed the background checks. So we're talking about the difference in quantity and quality of deputies coming through the door. We've seen a decrease in both, and we hope that somehow we can turn that around. Lieutenant Keith, any questions for me?
Don't have any.
Sure. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Wayne Keith in the Patrol Division. I've been asked to talk specifically about our specialty teams in Patrol, particularly our traffic team and our recreation/canyon team, and just what it is that they do. This graph right here is basically DUIs, and it's probably one of the easiest way to kind of highlight what kind of sets us apart and what sets them apart and what sets us apart from some other agencies. The total numbers there, even though you can see the graphs, I'm just going to go over them real quick. 2014, this is all DUIs, just so you can see. In 2014, we had 427 DUIs. 2015, we had 491 DUIs. 2016, we had 564. 2017, that dropped to 394, and that is a year that we had a skeletal crew for much of the year with our specialty teams. 2018, we had 450 DUIs, and right now, as it stands right now in 2019, we have 296 DUIs. Now, that's substantially less than where we would be on a normal year. And alls I can tell you is that it's the proactive arm of the enforcement division right now is fairly depleted because we're so short in many of the other different areas. Basically, everybody on the traffic team and everybody on the Canine/Recreation team right now are subbed out to regular patrol teams. So there's not the ability to go out and get these DUIs. And I can tell you from where the sheriff started on service, these guys take that job very seriously as far as going out and getting people off the road that have no business being on the road that are impaired. They see it as them protecting the citizens of Utah County and also protecting their own families. We would like to get those numbers back up to normal. We'd like to get our staffing plan back to normal. I know it's been talked about already as far as why are we low in the jail and enforcement. We've taken some of those jail positions, but we're also losing positions on patrol to other agencies because of higher wages and higher benefits. One of our top deputies, and let me back up here just a little bit too. Just so you know, we have led the state for several years on DUIs. There has been no other agency that has had as many DUIs as Utah County Sheriff's Office.
A question on that. Do we have a correlation between the number of DUI arrests and the drop it brings in DUI-related traffic accidents? That would be an interesting correlation to me, right? To see that, because that would be the anticipation, right? If we're being more aggressive in our policing of DUIs, right? And
Right.
We're arresting
Right.
more people, we're catching more, then hopefully the consequence of that activity is we're having fewer accidents where innocent people are being harmed because of this behavior. So I'd love to see if there's some data out there that shows the correlation between the number of arrests and a decrease in the number of accidents.
I'm sure there is, and NHTSA probably has some of those. I'll try to provide those number for you, but you know, back to that topic, I can tell you for a fact that I've seen deputies that got people off the road that if they hadn't got them off the road on a regular basis, I'm talking on a weekly and sometimes daily basis, if they hadn't got them off the road, something very serious could have happened. But like I say, I think we're all proud of the fact that we lead the state in DUIs. But I want to point out, I briefly talked about us losing positions. One of the people that we lost, when we lost him, I think it was at the end of last year or the beginning of this year. He led the state in DUIs, and now he left for better wages and better pay, but he took a tremendous amount of experience with him. Now he's no longer in Utah County; he's still in the state of Utah working for another agency, and he's still, you know, arresting people for DUI. But that experience has been transferred to another agency, and so. Anyway, that's just one of the things that we need to think about as far as retention to keep experienced people. Because the other agencies that are trying to take our people want the experienced people, and we invested a vast amount of time. If you think about all the DUIs that you took off the road to protect the citizens of Utah County, it's a vast amount of time. I don't have a graph on controlled substances, but I did want to go over them just briefly. Starting in 2016, we had 2,342 controlled substance arrests. 2017, 2,234. 2018, 2,225, and we're right now behind schedule at 1,434. But it's basically back to the same problem. We've got a lot of our specialty teams subbed out to the regular teams right now. In my opinion, and I think the opinion of a lot of people I work with here, we want to be a proactive law enforcement agency is to the point that where we can. If we get to a point, and I've seen other cities, I've been through training with guys that have worked for agencies where they are reactive departments. They don't have time to really go out and protect the citizens in a way that they would like to. So that is my goal. I believe that's the goal of our sheriff here as well and our department. I wanted to kind of go into specifically some of the areas that these specialty teams cover. And this kind of gives you an idea of some of the things that they do. And I can tell you both Commissioner Lee and Commissioner Ivy have helped the Canyon team with cleanup of Provo Canyon. That's just one of the issues that they address as far as the transients. Every once in a while, we do get grows up in the hills that they're usually the team tasked to go in and investigate the grows. I'm not going to read over every one of these here, but there's all kinds of things that they're tasked with in the remote parts of Utah County Sheriff's Office. I've got just a few more that I'd like to show you as far as we basically cover calls basically in remote areas from the point of the mountain down to Schofield Reservoir, and as far out west, 5 Mile Pass and just short of Eureka, just up past Sundance, so east and west. That's where we generally send these guys on the specialty teams, is to cover these calls. American Fork Canyon has this many developed campgrounds up there. I'm sure some of you have probably spent time there, but it's a tremendous amount of campgrounds. You know, during the busy seasons, in the regular developed campgrounds and in the dispersed areas, I mean, you can be hard pressed to find a place to even go. And so we spent a lot of time up there. Spanish Fork campgrounds right here. It's just a lot of territory to cover with a lot of people. Now this last graph, I'm going to apologize in advance right here because the last part of it is cut off. But these are numbers just for American Fork Canyon. And the reason we have numbers for American Fork Canyon because we have toll booths on either side, on the Sundance side and on the American Fork entrance side. As of 2000,
they're not toll booths.
well, okay, whatever you want to call them then.
Information booths.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you for the correction. So, but they do count, they do count. So according to their 2017 statistics, they're saying that 1,472,000 people visit that canyon in 2017, which was a 9.5% increase from 2016. I don't have the numbers for 2018, and I don't have the numbers for 2019, but I can tell you that they're going to be higher again. Whether they're 9.5% each year, I have no idea. I will tell you this, you know, when we talked about this, when we started putting this presentation together, because what the sheriff wanted to do is give you guys a picture of what it is we do every day, and we started, you know, kicking ourselves that we didn't have more photos than that. But you could go on a given, some of the busy times out west from 5 Mile Pass to Manning Canyon to Chimney Rock, Little Moab. I don't know if you're familiar with some of those areas, but you can go out there during some of the busy times and you cannot find a place to camp. And it's the same way up the canyons. You know, as it gets warmer, people want to get out and camp. As you go up past Table Fork, you're going to get into areas where you cannot find, if there's a slight pull-off there are people camped there up in the dispersed camping areas. And unfortunately, we do get a tremendous amount of drug arrests, you know, when it gets busy like that too. We get a lot of complaints from families that go up the canyon and they want to go up there and just go camping. And then you get a bunch of partiers that move in next door and it kind of ruins the experience for them. So we're trying to take care of all those needs. But my point was, I wish we had photos. This year, in the middle of the summer, I went up, responded. It wasn't even a normal work day, but I responded per the Forest Service request because Table Fork was so busy. And it was so busy as you enter right there where the reservoir is, it was choked off. And then as you go back out, it was, and we ended up having 2 search and rescue calls up at Silver Lake Flat. And we ended up having to get to the point where we had to just close down traffic completely at Granite Flat Campground where the turnoff goes up there, and have deputies escort people out just so search and rescue on 2 different search and rescues get up there to evacuate people out there. If we had a drone and we could fly over some of these places in the canyons, I think you guys would be amazed. In fact, that'll be my goal for next year, just so you guys can see. I'd also invite you to come out and go on ride-alongs during some of these times too, because, like I say, we're covering a huge area from out west to up in the canyons. If I can just cover one more thing here too, on the tail end of this, and I apologize for inserting it in this way, but our animal control officers, we are supposed to have an animal control officer per team. So we have 4 regular patrol teams, 2 specialty teams. We lost a animal control position in 2008.
2008.
We never have gotten that position back. The numbers on that have just continued to increase every year as far as calls for ACOs. In 2017, let's see, there was 1,692 calls. In 2018, there's 1,744 calls. I don't have the current calls for right now, but my point with bringing that in the specialty teams too is that the regular patrol teams are spending a lot of their times as well responding on animal control calls when they could be more proactive in general as well. So it's one of those that we would like to get back when we could. You know, a lot of people moving into this county, you guys know those numbers better than I do, but I can tell you this, that they are bringing their dogs, cats, chickens, cattle, and everything, every pet that they've got with them here, and those numbers are just continuing to grow. Anyway, that's all the questions I have on the proactive arm of the Sheriff's Department.
In addition to the ACO, we currently have, of our 4 regular patrol teams, we are staffed with an ACO deputy on 2 of those 4 teams. We did lose the 1 vacancy in 2008, as was suggested, but we also have another ACO deputy that has given us his intent to resign effective the end of the year. And so essentially we'll be looking for another ACO position to fill those teams. And the benefit of having all 4 of those teams filled is quite frankly, it allows our regular patrol duty deputies to be more proactive in their patrols, respond to calls as needed, and not take time out of their schedules when they're responding to calls, take an animal to the shelter, or pick up a dead cat or something like that, take to the shelter as well. So it would just let them do their jobs to the best of their abilities as well.
Can I ask you one philosophical question on this? When I look down through the additional requests, when it comes to training, there's 29 additional requests. One of the training is number 2. You have another one at 18, and the other one cleared at last at 29.
Number 2 is my patrol division,
Yeah.
where I see
Yeah.
the biggest need.
Okay.
One further down would be Sergeant Radmo's administrative.
Because you rank
services.
these, you know, according to needs, and I was just,
Right, and so what we did as well is, for Chief Oliver, we went through our patrol division and we determined what our prioritizations were. And based on a number of situations, but virtually for the last several years, we've had to deny training for people who want to go to training, just because of the dollar amount we have available. I don't think that's fair to them. I think that the better training reduces liability for us. It also gives us a more professional, more educated deputy when we go out on the streets and deal with the citizens that we deal with. And so for me personally, I felt like training was very, very important, and I still do. When we talk about, even when I was in search and rescue, Lieutenant Prashant can deal with this as well, but I did a lot of research on training and search and rescue. And although it's not patrol, the same type of things might happen. Basically, when a lawsuit, the first thing that somebody comes to and asks us if we got a deputy involved in something is, what is your policy? The second thing they ask us is, what is their level of training, or what trainings have they had? And so that's typically number 1. They look at your policy, and then they look at trainings that you have available for them. Were they trained properly? When I was over search and rescue, the same thing took place there. The number one person most likely to sue somebody in a search and rescue event was not the victim. It was the spouse of the search and rescue trainer who was improperly trained. And so it's a huge concern to me to see our deputies get the training they need. That's why in our patrol division, at least, not necessarily enforcement, but through the law, that's why we prioritize that as number 2. I think it's critically important, and I think it's been I think it's been long overdue that we've seen increase in that arena, just to keep our deputies and the public safe.
If I can just add one thing to that too, we didn't have a lot of time to put this presentation together, but one of the things we were going to try to find out is what is the average. And I did make phone calls with different chiefs. I only had one who get back with me in time, and that was Chief Ken Wallentine with the West Jordan Police. And what he told me was that they spend about $1,000 per officer. They have 125 officers. They have a $125,000 training budget. And when I told him what our training budget was, he didn't think I was serious. He was like, "Really? No, what's your training budget?" And he just felt like it was a lawsuit waiting to happen if we don't up the game as far as training the guys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Now, it could be home, maybe, which one is it?
Chief Eric McDowell. I'm over the Eagle Mountain Division. I'm just going to do a quick overview. I know the presentation shows Vineyard, and I'll let Holden speak to that in a second. But the sheriff asked me to do an overview of the contracts. Quick overview. I know we're short of time. We have an hour left. We'll try to run through this as quick as possible since this isn't contracts generally aren't part of the general fund discussion, and this is primarily for that. But we contract with 7 cities. Approximately 60,000 people fall into those 7 cities. The bulk of it falls into Eagle Mountain and Vineyard, and that's where we'll segue into Holden's presentation. Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners. I appreciate your time today. So I'm over the Vineyard contract. I'm a sergeant over that. Couple things about Vineyard. You guys have probably seen in the news, it's one of the fastest growing or the fastest growing city around. Right now, they currently estimate they have a little over 14,000 people in the city, with units totaling 3,681. Vineyard, if you've been down there, every week something's changing. It's made up of mostly homes, single-family homes, mixed-use or multifamily homes, townhomes. They do have a developing business and retail district that will be booming, I'm sure, shortly. So our staffing plan, right now, I have myself, 6 full-time deputies, a school resource officer, and we are just about to have a 1,000-hour time-limited secretary start. So that was our total budget, including overtime and the insurance that the cities pay on a monthly basis for each deputy. With it being one of the faster growing cities, the reason you'll see that our restricted appropriations budget is high is because there's some new facilities coming in that I'm anticipating may need additional resources. The detective position coming that the city has budgeted for January, and potential ACO and deputy spots, and potentially upgrading that full-time secretary to the part-time to a full-time. So those are the restricted appropriations. So those are the deputies we currently have assigned. So just a couple of things about the numbers in Vineyard. One of the things that I do as the sergeant over Vineyard is I report quarterly to the city based on our statistics and what we do. You can see from those numbers, our total calls have gone up significantly from 2017, 2018. With that, everything else has gone up as well. One of the things that the city asked me to prioritize is response time. And I think that goes for the county in general. When the public calls police, they expect us to get there. They want us there soon. And so one of the things that I track regularly is response time. You can see that over that year, from the one year to the next, we decreased that response time by nearly 2 minutes. And that's from the time we get a call from dispatch to the time our deputies are arriving on scene. The next one is just comparing last year to this year, and you can see the increases. And I did just the first quarter to the same period last year as the same period this year, first through third quarters. And you can see we've also decreased our response time to that as well. We're actually below 5 minutes from the time we get a call to the time we arrive on scene. Now, we're a little luckier in Vineyard because it's small, so it doesn't take us quite as long to get there. But it's still a priority. And if you compare that to other cities, that's a really good number, really below average there. The last thing I want to talk about, just about contract cities in general, and if you can see here, the sheriff's office is committed to providing the best possible service to the citizens. And if I can just take just a minute to touch on what the sheriff had mentioned earlier, we belong to the community. We live here and work here. We're dedicated to the community. And you as elected officials know from your constituents, or I hope you do, how much they respect the sheriff's office. Before I came to the sheriff's office, I worked in an agency in the county north of us. And I can tell you the feel down here is different. When I first came down here, I'm driving around, people are waving at me. I'm like, why are people waving at me? That's just not the way it was when I worked up there. It's because they respect us and they love their police and they love their deputies. And the cities do as well. If you meet with the citizens of Eagle Mountain Vineyard and our other contract cities, I can tell you that they love their deputies. They love having us in the county. When I speak with the city officials, they enjoy having us there, and they have a really high level of respect for us as a sheriff's office. And I hope that you are proud of the sheriff's office. As being the elected officials over us, I hope that you guys are proud because we have the greatest out there. We are respected across the state. Get asked to do so much from other outside agencies because of the respect they have for us. Do you have any questions on the Vineyard numbers? Thank you.
And obviously, some of this information, I don't know where my slide presentation went. I'm after investigations. A lot of the numbers are going to be comparable to what Vineyard has as far as call volume. And I don't want to bore you with the details, but obviously with a population of 40,000 out in Eagle Mountain, square miles, approximately 52 to 53. We've seen a transition just in my 12 plus years of being out there as liaison, transitioning from a residential rooftop community to obviously commercial with some of these data centers coming in and Tyson now coming in and some of these other areas. So some of the challenges we've seen is basically balancing our staffing plan with the demand and trying to keep up with that. And some of the issues that we've had obviously have been making sure that they're paying their fair share, and that's where we come into conversations. I know a couple of you have addressed some of the issues and concerns we've had in our private meetings, and we try to do our due diligence to stay on top of those numbers. But the Eagle Mountain citizens are happy with our services. I know they recognize the benefit that they see, that the county is the law enforcement entity for that city. Whether or not that's a prolonged relationship. I know we've been contracting since inception, which is 1996 when they incorporated, so 23 years of service. So we have a foundation with them, and they trust us. So I would love to continue with that relationship, obviously, and I think some of the conversations, I think Commissioner Lee brought up some of the questions and concerns in our private meeting that I think involves, obviously, their key players, and we can discuss those at a later time. Obviously, when we come up with numbers and trying to truly collect and cover our costs as the county. That's our first priority, right? And obviously our fiscal year will be taking place. Our discussions will happen in the spring, and then we adjust those numbers and they get implemented July 1. So hopefully that explains some of how that process works as well. Anyway, the slide presentation I have is very similar to what Holden had on for his. I won't bore you with those details, but I'd open it up for any questions you may have.
No questions. I appreciate, that conversation that we did have, and I look forward to that, to having that, as I think that the county overall needs to recognize and see the benefit that it is on every level, not just on a financial level, but and recognize that. And I think as we go down through those discussions, hopefully we can get to that point where it's seen and known.
I agree. Look forward to it. Thank you.
Lieutenant Knudsen will speak with you, and then Under Sheriff Buffton will represent Lieutenant Harris for his major crimes.
Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate you allowing us to talk. My name is Eric Knudsen. I'm Lieutenant over our Investigations Bureau. Hopefully you guys are doing okay. We're going to power through, I take it. So I want to address something real quick before I get into this, and really it's that word outcome. You mentioned outcome and outcome-based budget. Outcome's a powerful word, especially from the investigation standpoint, because for us, it maybe defines as accomplishments. You know, what have we accomplished in our division? And so I always ask our guys, you know, or make a point to say we don't want to re-victimize our victims. When they make it to us, they've gone through patrol, they've gone through interviews with different people, they end up with us. We're kind of the last line for them to get the service that they deserve, being victims of whatever crime. And so when we define outcome, you know, for me, it's are we providing the safety and security that they deserve? What's the quality of life in their neighborhoods? Are we ensuring that we're providing the best level of service we can to any victim that comes in and reports a crime to the sheriff's office? So what I hope to accomplish in the next few minutes is really just to go over this slide presentation. I've added names to each person that supervises the group that I work over in that investigations bureau. And the reason why I put their names up there is I want you'll probably recognize all their names. I think you've had interactions with all of them. They each have a passion for their job. I hope that I can be a spokesperson for them and get across points that they were hoping to get across to you, the commission, and also the people that are viewing this, the citizens of the county, and that way you can kind of get a feel for what we do and maybe what our needs are. And so let me start with our regular investigations group, or let me talk about the division in a whole. Essentially, this is our investigation. We're an integrated bureau designed to serve the members of the Utah County Sheriff's Office and all the citizens of Utah County. Our group includes regular investigations. We have the Special Victims Unit, which includes our victim advocates. We have our Special Enforcement Team. We'll address that at the end, after which Under Sheriff Bluffton will make some more comments about the Major Crimes Task Force. And then you have our Forensics Lab and our Crime Scene Investigations Response Team. The goal and objectives of our Investigations Bureau are to effectively support the mission of the Utah County Sheriff's Office and to represent the victims of crimes in seeking truth, justice, and successful prosecution of those committed the crimes in Utah County. That really is our goal. We represent the victims. We want to keep people from being re-victimized, and we also want to seek justice. And so, to start with our first group, it's supervised by Sergeant Josh Chappell. He can't make it today. But this is essentially, if you read the 3 bullet points, or 4 bullet points that are up there, sorry, the 3 bullet points. One I want to bring to your attention, there we go, sorry, is that third one down. When you look down there, it says investigation has 1 sergeant and 5 detectives. Back in 2013, we developed the Special Enforcement Team, the SET team. It's a proactive team. We'll get into those numbers in just a little bit. But what we did in order to form that team is take one of the regular detectives and move him over to the SET team. He's been over to that position, or essentially our regular detectives have been down to 5 ever since then. In a minute, I'm going to talk about some numbers on their cases that they investigate. Those cases continue to increase, and therefore one of our requests is going to be additional manpower in regular investigations. Here's just kind of a little snapshot of some of the cases and the numbers involved with our investigations division. In 2013, they took 295 cases. These are the cases that get referred to the investigations division. This is not necessarily cases we investigate. We have to go through a screening process on there, and realistically, we have to look at each case individually, and we have to say, is there even a solvability possibility in this case? Can we take a case without any sort of evidence, without any suspect information, and solve this case? Now, we try to work on as many as we can, the best we can, but sometimes we just don't have the ability to. But if you look at the cases and the increases, you're up to, on 2019, 445 cases so far. That's 50 cases per month that we are, that are being assigned to the Investigations Bureau. Right now, that death investigation number states 33. It's actually 34 as of this morning. If you look at the stats between 2013 and 2018, it's gone up 80% on your case load referrals. These are the cases that come in. Now, the case assigned to each individual detective is at 23.8 cases. That's the average across the board. Now, they can certainly, that number can fluctuate, but a lot of that bases on what's the reality of solving this case. The other factor is sometimes we just have to say no to certain cases simply because we don't have the time, the manpower, or the people to investigate it. Now, we never do this with any, maybe you call it a Category 1 crime, your more heinous felony crimes, but sometimes you may look at a theft of a laptop and have it stolen from a party where you might have 30 or 40 people at, and the likelihood of solving that case is pretty minimal. We have to put that on the back burner. And so what you see right there is basically the number, what their request is. One of the things that their needs are your additional manpower, hopefully one more to bring up their staffing level to 6. And so that's the regular detectives. Now our special victims unit, Sergeant Randall is here. I want to thank him for joining us. Hopefully he can follow up, or he may have some follow-up points to make depending on what my presentation has. But what they do in the Special Victims Unit is basically you're investigating crimes relating to sexual assaults of adults and children and serious physical abuse or homicide of children. They also investigate sexual exploitation and also human trafficking and internet crimes against children. If you look at the second bullet point, we have a Utah County Special Victims Task Force, and if you can see on that bullet point, you'll see how many people are involved with that task force around the county. A great task force. It's designed to really help out the victim, whether it's a child victim, whether it's an adult victim. It's designed to help them through the whole process from start to beginning to, again, ensure that we don't re-victimize our victims. We're providing service all the way from start to finish, and hopefully they get some closure or resolution out of this, out of their case. As part of being as part of the Utah Special Victims Task Force, we also manage the sex offender registry. Below there, you see a couple codes down at the bottom, 1722-2 and also 62A4A101. That talks about some of our legal requirements when it comes to the sex offender, or I'm sorry, not the sex offender registry, but when it comes to child protection units and so forth, which really is what our Utah Valley Special Victims Task Force is. Here are some of the numbers. If you look down at the numbers of the cases investigated, 2012, they investigated. Now, this is a different stat than what you saw in your regular detectives. What you saw in your regular detectives are the cases that come in and they have to be screened. In special victims, in almost every case, you have a suspect. You have a person that they can investigate. These numbers right there are actual case numbers they are working. They have worked with these cases. In 2012, they worked 152 cases. In 2018, they worked 240 cases. In 2019, there are 205 as of the beginning of the month. We anticipated, based on the statistics, that you're going to see about 272 cases that are being worked this year. So if you take the stats, we're increasing by about 78% over a 7-year period. This KSL article, I think you guys are all aware what the BCI is. Bureau of Criminal Investigation, some of their charges to look at stats and to provide these. I want you to, this came out of a KSL article here recently. Just some interesting stats when you read this. Now, again, they're talking about robberies dropping down nearly 17%, but rape was up 4.5%. Aggravated assaults are up 5.3%. And the last quote I want you to read, it marked the 5th year in a row that Utah's seen an increase in the number of rapes. What's causing this? I don't know that I have an educated guess there. All I know is we're taking these reports and we're investigating these cases. On the sex offender registry right now, we have 430 sex offenders on there. We now have an addition to that, which is the child abuse offender registry. And below there is that Utah code that talks about our requirement to manage that database. So up there you have, gosh, I gotta remember to turn that, sorry. These are some of the problems they're facing in SVU. And with technology, the advancement in technology, the cleverness of some of your predators. In there, the first bullet point, they're increasingly, all their cases are becoming more and more sophisticated. I think we see that through technology. With social media, perpetrators are using ever-evolving and new social media sites. And I'll tell you this, I'm not that up-to-date on some of your social media apps that you could download on the phone. But how many a month? 10 or 20 different new apps a month? 10 or 20 new apps a month that come out that these people are basically trying to reach out and groom kids, and they're offending on kids. And it's difficult to keep up with, and it's time and intensive, and it takes certain levels of manpower in order to keep up with this. We have complaints that come in almost daily from parents that are frustrated about what's happening over the phone with their children and the people that are trying to contact their children. As you continue down there, one interesting point I hope you look at there, the main concern is effectively investigating the 70% increase in cases with the current staffing level that hasn't changed in 10 years. The numbers have gone up, the population has grown, the caseload increases, yet we stay at the same manpower levels that we have been for 10 years. And I think for me, in my bureau, for Sergeant Randall and his unit, I think this is a critical need that we increase his staffing level at least by 1 manpower this budget time around. Our victim advocate program, we have some phenomenal victim advocates. I think you've met them. Brianne is the supervisor. She's done an amazing job with her advocates that work for her now. These are some of the information. This is some of the information up there. This is what they do. They assist families in breaking the cycle of violence and becoming independent and abuse-free. They work with families to access community resources, and you can read down that list. Essentially, at the end, their goal to increase the safety of victims and to give support and guidance in the maneuvering through the various elements involving being a victim of a crime. They're busy. They're very busy in what they do. Just a couple pieces of tidbits of information. Our program is the second largest victim advocate program in this county. We have more victims per advocate, more than Provo and Orem. Provo and Orem are your 2 larger victim advocate programs within the county. Our programs providing more services and support to the victims we work with, despite being half the size of some of those other programs. Here's a chart. If you look at the chart, you can see again increasing the numbers of victims that come in. These 2 charts reflect the victims that are coming in. They're also reflecting the services. Now the services, the number on the services, I want you to look down there. There's an asterisk down there that says services included. This is just a handful of the services that they provide, but I put them on there because they are very important and they're time consuming. The protective orders, the hearings that they're going to, interviews with law enforcement and prosecutors. They help sit in with these interviews with the prosecutors. They are an advocate for our victims. They do crisis intervention. And at the end, you see a LAP. That's a lethality assessment protocol. During any domestic violence, they'll work with the officers or the deputies on scene in filling out this lethality assessment. And this helps determine what level of service we're going to provide to them based on what's the risk, what's their risk level. Is there a risk of them becoming victims again? What sort of action do we need to take? Again, these are time intensive, but these are some of the services that they provide, and you can see the increase. Again, 69% increase since 2014. Their main concern, I know that you're aware of this, and I hope that it's addressed fairly quickly. They have 4 advocates that sit in an office. You have 2 office space in an open area. 2 offices where 2 of the victim advocates can have a fairly private conversation. Then you have 2 advocates that sit back to back in a small cubicle. They can't hold private conversations. It's very difficult to work in that environment. It is becoming a critical need. It is a critical need. And so this is one of our requests that we address this space issue. I know it's been talked about. I know that we're going through some changes throughout the county as far as what buildings people are going to be in. But I'm hoping this is something that can be addressed fairly quickly to give them the space they need to operate effectively.
I have a couple of questions about that. Yeah, as you know, we don't have enough building space, period, for all of our critical needs. So people are being kicked out of this building, trying to find space on the open market. And the conversation typically comes down to, as we realize our space constraints, prioritizing where people need to be. If you look at those departments that are being asked to relocate, so far it's not a priority. It's not about which department's more important. It's which ones have an essential nexus to the Provo campus or to some other function here, and if they don't, then they can be housed elsewhere. What is the view on where this space needs to be. I know it sounds like the space is clearly inadequate, but what are the thoughts that you have on where this function needs to be located?
Well, ideally, because they're tied in with our special victims unit, Sergeant Randall supervises, he's the direct supervisor for Brienne. Ideally, in an ideal world, we want them to work together with our special victims unit. Unfortunately, because of space issue, that may be a problem where we may need to relocate them. One of the areas we were looking at was raising them or bringing them up to the third level of the old historic courthouse. That space, I believe, has been taken. So, again, do we want them to be together? We do. I think it helps with the program. It helps with discussing some of the cases that they're working with, because they work closely together. Our special victims unit are helping the same people that our victim advocates are helping. Yeah.
Commissioner, to answer your question, one of the critical aspects of what we do with our special victims is that, for example, when we bring in a victim who's been victimized, an adult female who's been sexually assaulted, when we sit down with them and we'll actually do the interview, and we'll have the victim advocate in the interview with us as we do that interview, and immediately we transition after the interview. That victim then goes into the victim advocate's office where they sit down and they can go over the resources and the therapy, and then they take the next step in helping that victim and providing those services. And so even if they're not, right now they're in the same office as us, which they can't do that because we have 4 advocates in 2 offices. So having that confidential conversation with the victim after they've met with the investigator, and we're doing this multiple times during the day with multiple victims, so somewhere in the proximity so that handoff can take place. So they do need to be close, but it's, again, we understand the space issues, but it is becoming a critical aspect of that because we do work so close together hand in hand.
Well,
I think the question more along the line is, taking that aside in the way of, functionality of the office though, but if you were in Orem or if you were in a different part of Provo, does it right here on this campus, is that critical?
Well, and if I may, Commissioner Lee, I think the point also is, you answered it by proximity to SVU. And so the question is, does SVU need to be here, right? Because if those 2 units need to be housed together, and that's the main criteria, do they need to be housed together in Provo, or can they be housed together anywhere?
Well, and that's a great point, and it's one that we brought up before. Our biggest thing that works with Provo is the Children's Justice Center, where we do a vast majority of our work. All of our children's interviews occur there. A lot of our training occurs there, is 3 blocks away. And so the proximity to that, and especially for us and the advocates, the amount of time we spend in court. 4th District Court is also 3 blocks away. Now, could we do the job somewhere else? Absolutely, we could. But for us, the proximity to the campus, considering the CJC and the court where we do most of the work, that's one of the main reasons why the SVU unit was placed here and not in Spanish Fork. The other aspect of that, and Lieutenant Knudsen pointed out the task force that we administer, another critical aspect of these child sex abuse investigations is the Child Protective Services team that we work hand in hand with DCFS. Their office is also located in this Provo campus. And one of the reasons these sex offense investigations work so well in Utah County, well, not so well, they work better here than they work anywhere else. And that's not just bravado. That's this model we have works, and it's being copied throughout the country as people come to see what we're doing, is because of the proximity and the fact that when CPS gets a case, they walk across the hall into my office, we sit down, we staff it, and we figure out what's the best way to help these victims, these children who've been assaulted, because we have CPS right here, we have the advocates right there, we have the Children's Justice Center. So the model is working, and again, we can change the proximity, but where we have it right now is the most ideal.
I think, yeah, just to address that same question is ideally we want to be here locally. But to have them together, if we can move them into a space where I had SVU with our victim advocates, that's ideal. And Provo campus is great, but if we found another location, I think we'd be happy to just keep
But in the Provo area, it sounds like would be
Yeah, it's ideal because everything that Jason mentioned.
the IRS building for example, the old IRS building could work well, because it's in that area.
Thank you. Our evidence and forensics lab, Doug Squire's here as well, and if need be, hopefully he can jump up and clarify some points of interest. This is another area where we deal with space issue, not for people, but for property and evidence. Here's some of the first bullet points about exactly what it is they do. They consist of highly trained personnel who are dedicated and committed to serving the citizens of Utah County, and is a support to other law enforcement agencies within the county, a huge support. And as you see down there, the next bullet talks about our officer-involved shooting protocol team. You can even expand that and say oftentimes our team, our forensics personnel are called out to almost every major crime that you have in this county, whether it be in Provo, Orem, or any other surrounding agency. If they have perhaps a homicide, a severe aggravated assault case, or something like that, a murder-suicide type case, it's our forensics people that respond out there to that scene and provide assistance. They are highly trained, great quality people. The next bullet point down, I do want you to notice the 80,000 pieces of evidence that they store in that lab at any one time. On a side note, I cover it a little bit later, I want to address it then, but we're about 80% full in our evidence area where we're storing the physical evidence. We're hiring, in the process of hiring another evidence custodian. When that person comes online, hopefully we can equalize the amount of evidence that needs to be processed and eventually destroyed versus the amount of evidence that's coming in and being processed and booked in. Right now, the numbers are skewed dramatically where we're taking in a lot more evidence and storing it versus how much we're destroying. And so that 80,000 piece of evidence is a major part of our evidence locker room. They're also used by the Major Crimes Task Force and other agencies around the county. Down below there, you'll see Utah Code Title 24, which talks about our legal obligation for this property that we store.
So the hiring of the additional was to get this down, and I think that was the whole intent. You're in the process of doing that.
Yeah, we have it. She's still in background right now.
Right.
And we'll bring her on, and because the numbers we were hoping, because you almost had two options: either find us some critical space, or we're going to get into Connex boxes to store evidence, or we hire a personality to equalize, or a person to equalize that number. And so we have that person that's going to come in, and that will hopefully start to equalize that number a little bit. But as you see later on in the slides, our pieces of evidence that are coming in continue to increase. So eventually it's going to flop again, and we're going to start taking in more evidence than we destroy. That makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, because I know I don't remember the numbers on there, but in talking through this, I was under the impression that hiring this person would get this down so that we would be able to function into the future on a level that was sustainable.
It will be. It's a temporary fix. Now, whether that's 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, that's a temporary fix. Eventually, those numbers are going to increase, and it certainly can turn back into a point where we hire another evidence custodian. But the fact is, there are certain time frames that you have to hold on to evidence, and so you're going to have to keep certain amounts of evidence in storage. And as the caseload increases, the evidence increases, and the time frame for some of those cases of keeping that evidence increases. And so some of it you just can't destroy. You have to maintain. A homicide case, you have to keep that evidence forever. And so those are the things that we're going to see an increase of, that we can't destroy those pieces of evidence. So, the next slide gives you a little bit of idea of some of the evidence. You have received evidence, and then you have processed evidence. And the reason why the one is higher, because we don't always keep the evidence we're processing. People will come in and make a request to process a phone, to process a laptop, to process some marijuana, some drug evidence, to look at a fingerprint, but that evidence isn't stuff we keep on file. That's something they'll process and they return back to the requesting agency or the requesting person. If you look at the stats right there, in 2008, we received 1,009 pieces of evidence. In 2018, we booked in 7,757 pieces of evidence. In the processed evidence, we'll get into that in the next slide. It'll talk about what exactly that is. That also includes your digital evidence that we're processing more and more of now, because we're in a digital age. That's what you're seeing more of. Since 2008, you've seen a 99% increase of received property, and since 2013, there's been a 73.6 increase in evidence processed. So again, our physical storage is going to become a need. We'll see when this new employee gets hired on what sort of impact they have. We believe that it's going to equalize for a while, but again, we're going to see that as the years go by.
I'd also like to have their column in there in the way of disposed, you know, how much you've disposed as well, you know, as you go through the years.
Yeah, we'll get that for sure.
That was part of the reason for the hire, is to see if we can get some of that off.
Right. And what those actual numbers are, I don't have them with me. I know I have them. I just don't have them with me. So I'll get those on there. The next slide. Again, the wave of the future is all digital, and that's where our lab's going. And that's kind of where the criminals are going. That's some of the evidence we're looking at. Our detectives spend a lot of time viewing digital evidence. These are the numbers so far in 2019. We have 235 digital items in the lab, or we've processed that many. 195 of those are mobile devices, with the other 40 being computer devices. The number breakdown of what agencies, we have 108 coming through Utah County Sheriff's Office, 23 through major crimes, and 64 on agency assist, people that come in and request that their phones or computers be processed. The type of crimes you're seeing on here, and at the end this will make more sense when it comes to the request for the digital storage and why we're making this request. We can't keep this type of information on our network here at the county. Our IT guys won't let it on there because you have child pornography. We can't put that on a server that's going to go out there and be connected by anyone, an unsecure server. So it's not allowed to be on there. We have to have its own independent storage device, and that's what we need to, that's what we're hoping to get or acquire. Right now, our digital storage is up to about 84%, and in speaking with Doug today, we are about one drive away, maybe two drives away from going to full capacity. And if you look down there on that bullet point, it describes what's on there. The most concerning, obviously, is some of the cases you're dealing with. These are all high-level crimes, Category 1 crimes, when you look at some of your homicide cases, your robbery cases, and so forth. And so, again, this is a critical need for our forensics lab. You see that on there, on our request, how much that is for the storage device and the security behind it. The last thing I want to talk about is our special enforcement team, and hopefully this segues into Under Sheriff Buffton and what he's going to talk about in our Major Crimes Task Force. Sometimes we talk about the level of service we provide or our outcome-based thought process. We look at how are we protecting the citizens in our county, how are we improving the quality of life where they live. There was a void for quite some time, of investigating local street criminals for their narcotics use. You're getting tired of me going slow. And because of this void, you had a Major Crimes Task Force that was dealing with a lot of the high quantity drugs that were coming into this county. You had pounds and pounds that were coming into the county, and then you had your patrol deputies, your patrol officers that are doing what they can to respond to calls, and occasionally they're enforcing some of your local street stuff, but we didn't have a team that was actually focused on street level criminal activity, mainly related to the narcotics field. We developed a set team. We developed in 2013, we had a sergeant and two detectives over this, and instantly they went to work. They're busy. They're very busy in a proactive scale, and I think there was an immediate impact, and you'll see the numbers here in just a minute of what I'm talking about. On the third bullet point, they do work closely with our Utah Major Crimes Task Force because they're both in the same field. They work hand in hand. But again, our set teams are for your local. They are in the communities here, they're in county jurisdiction, and within some of the cities around the county, going after some of these street level distributors, some of these hardcore drug users, and basically trying to remove some of these criminals off the street to make our streets a little bit safer. Go ahead, go to the next slide. Here's some of your stats. These are not all the stats. I put the ones on there that I thought carry quite a bit of impact, but what I do want you to see is the consistency. a team of one sergeant and 2 detectives. This is a working sergeant, not just a supervising sergeant. And so they're out there, they're actually handling cases. You're looking at about an average of, I believe it's 70 cases per year that each detective is handling when it comes to proactive narcotics enforcement. But interestingly enough, when you look down there, you start to look at some of the other stats, and you see the 76 search warrants in the first year. They're up to 91 search warrants, but the warrants cleared right next to that. You were talking about people that they encounter that have active warrants. In 2013, they arrested 130 people with active warrants. 2015, 216. 2017, 169. You look at your meth charges increasing. You look at your heroin charges increasing. Look at some of the DUIs they've taken off the street. They've seized the number of guns. 2013 was kind of a phenomenal year with 145 guns seized. But next to that, I left that slide in there because I want you to see the impact that they're having also when it comes to helping out our child victims. You have some serious child endangerment that these kids are encountering in some of these locations that are narcotics. These are locally here. These are people, narcotics officers, when they go into these houses, they're arresting people that are strung out on meth, that are dealing meth, that are using some sort of drug, heroin, cocaine, whatever it happens to be, but they have young children in the house that are in danger, extreme danger. And you can see by the numbers here, they've actually been able to help out quite a few children, victims of circumstance involving their parents or a mother or baby daddy or something to that effect. So,
Lieutenant Knudsen?
Yes.
One question, which sometimes is raised in a lot of other contexts, but this one is unique, I think, because you mentioned that this division was really kind of set up because of a void in the local area or local enforcement. And so you look at the amount of arrests or cases that have increased since it was this division really began, and that tells one story, but that's only part of the story, right? Because you would have to go back and also look at what the cities are doing during that same time. Am I thinking about that right? I mean, in other words, is the void gotten bigger since the county has stepped up into this role, or have the cities have also stepped up their enforcement in these areas?
The cities have stepped up. Cities, some of the cities around the county have also created set teams working in conjunction with major crimes. You'll see that stat. Under Sheriff Buffner will present that to you about the numbers and who's involved with set teams. And so we have seen that void get filled to a certain extent. The problem is when you look at the numbers and statistics, the numbers are there. You have one sergeant and 2 detectives with our unit that are working at max capacity. They are where they're at. They make this amount of arrests because physically that's about all they can do. Now they're pulling in a lot of overtime. They're working diligently throughout the whole week, throughout their 2-week pay period, and they're putting in a lot of overtime, and they're being successful in the job that they're doing or been assigned to do. But that's at max capacity. So when you look at the numbers of arrests, that's about the most they can do with 3 people. And so I think as you see down here, it's our request that we look at increasing that by a person. And the reason for that is, again, that the people are still there. Drugs is still an epidemic here, and we start to see some new drugs. As you look down there at the bottom paragraph, you see current drug trends. What we're seeing right now, and you've heard all the news and hype about the THC cartridges and the dangers that they're causing the people that are being hospitalized. But next to that, you also see the crack cocaine. Crack has not historically been a Utah drug. It's been more of an East Coast, but you're seeing significant quantities coming into this county, and especially over the 2018 period and beyond and into the 2019 period. So you're seeing more and more of this coming into this county. You're seeing the increased drug use of people. But again, I think where we fill that void is we increase this by another manpower, so we be more proactive in helping, because these people are in our communities, and I think there's no better way than to get it out and into our community and proactively enforce this. So I don't know if that answered your question or.
Yeah, it's helpful. Thank you.
So again, I kind of answered all these. This talks about the trends and what Sergeant Doug Howell is over our set team. One of his big requests, and at the bottom bullet point or the asterisk you see, this is because of the influx we're seeing of heroin, methamphetamine distributors here. What you're seeing right now is it used to be most of your drug dealers and so forth would go up to Salt Lake County to pick up their drugs. You're starting to see a reverse of that now. You're starting to see people come down to Utah County to get supplied with their narcotics. And we're seeing that trend, and I think it's something we want to get ahead of before it gets out of hand. So, that's all I have. Any questions for me anymore?
I've got a question for you. A couple of years ago, and I don't know how many years ago, but at least a few years ago, there was an investigation team in the attorney's office, and we discontinued that team and put it in the sheriff's department. And now we're seeing an increase in wanting to beef up that again in the attorney's office and do more investigations that way. And it almost looks like a duplication of roles.
So you're referring to the forensic lab, is that correct?
Yes.
I can't speak intelligently of what the attorney's office wants to do with this. I do know that we did take over that forensics lab. We are trying to grow that lab. We're trying, one of our goals in the future that we've tried to put on the table with several of the chiefs around the county is create a county-wide forensic unit, a crime scene response team, a forensics unit that can work on digital evidence, that can process digital evidence. And so for us, that's our goal. It does appear it could be certainly a duplicate here for the county, but I don't know in what context the county attorney plans on using their future digital lab or their digital enhancement. I do know that they have investigative needs that they'll have pertaining to perhaps looking at phones or computers, but it's also a service we provide in our lab. So,
Yeah, and we didn't have that before. I mean, we didn't have that duplication before it was transferred, so.
that's correct.
And just real quick on the use of our lab and then the potential of it growing for these other cities. There has been a lot of interest from the chiefs. They've approached us on that. As we work through that, the interest is in them adding to it, not just it being a burden upon the county, but they want to participate financially as well. So we'll kind of start to work through that process with them, but they have a trust in what we're doing. They've seen success in what we're doing. Again, I can't speak to exactly what the county attorney's office wants to do, but what we have is working, and the chiefs have confidence in it and want to grow that product.
Do you know if there's any statutory responsibility that lies one way or the other?
For a lab?
For that, yeah. Is there, is
There
it
is
just
when it comes to the
subjective?
storage of evidence, but the processing of the evidence there isn't. So as we store evidence, there's a code that I referred to in there. I think it's in the section 24 of the state code book that talks about storage of evidence and what you do with the evidence, but the processing of the evidence isn't covered statutorily, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
One other similar question on the victim advocates. Can you speak to that in terms of at all the difference or the nature of that relationship of your victim advocates and the sheriff's?
I wish Brianne was here, but they are two different roles. They play different roles in what they do. A victim advocate up in the attorney's office, they are dealing solely with the victim that is in conjunction with the attorney themselves. And so they're looking at your victim reparations, and you're the master right here. I'll answer that.
They're basically different roles. The victim, they're not victim advocates with the attorney's office, they're victim coordinators. And essentially what that means is they coordinate with the victims to get them to court, to help them in any type of those capacities. But victim advocates are exactly that. My victim advocates sit down, they go over child protective orders, civil protective orders. They deal with housing, they deal with supplies, gas cards. So the victim coordinators have a completely different role than what a victim advocate does. And so as a result of that, the victim coordinators, and at some point there's going to be a pass off when our victim advocates in helping with the protective orders, and as the criminal case goes down the road, then the victim coordinators get involved. But a lot of I would say the majority of the victims that my victim advocates work with, their cases, for whatever reason, may not get prosecuted. But just because they're not getting prosecuted, so the victim coordinators are never getting involved, but just because they are not getting prosecuted doesn't mean they don't need help. And so that's what our victim advocates are doing, especially for all those ones that they're their only resource.
And maybe to anticipate where you're going with the question is, it's by HR standards, there are different job descriptions, there are different jobs, and it's not a duplicate role. So they play different roles in what they do. Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, Randall. I'll try to be as brief as I can. I do want to follow up just a little bit, though, with what Lieutenant Knutson said about the SET team. I'm very passionate about that. I started that team in 2013, so I know how hard and what kind of work's involved in all those arrests. You know, when you're averaging 300 arrests and 100 search warrants a year for three, and there was three of us, that's a lot of work. We did work really closely with Provo. Provo had a SET team. They have 2 more detectives than I did, and Orem had a SET team of just 2 detectives. We all worked really closely together. We had to. You know, if you're going to go serve search warrants, you can't do it with 3 guys. So we had to combine our resources, and we also worked very close, if not hand in hand, every single day with major crimes. We just had a little bit different role. And to kind of give you a history, before 2013, when we started this team, I'm telling you, it was the Wild West out there. You could go to Albertsons, to Smith's, to Walmart, any of those stores, and drug deals were happening all day long, all night long, out in the parking lot. It just, right underneath the patrolman's nose, they didn't have the time to go deal with it, and quite honestly, they didn't have the training and the knowledge. Salt Lake is still like that. We don't ever want our county to get like that. You know, I could take you guys on a little ride for an hour to 45th South, the Lowe's at 45th South, and I'll show you 50 drug deals in an hour. And you would be amazed how fast they come in and out of that parking lot and do those deals. The SET team crushed that. And I can tell you, since 2013, the bad guys are scared of that team. And that's why you don't see that anymore. And how I envision that the outcome, maybe Commissioner Range, that you're looking for, is the hunting's harder. We have to hunt harder now because we've scared those people. They don't dare do that kind of stuff out in the open like they did. You know, West Provo at the gas stations, it was nonstop all day, all night. And the hunting's not quite as good as it was, but our guys are still, they're still killing it, to put it mildly. They're out there. The narcotics world is a strange world. It's definitely not for everybody. There is no schedule. The team gets up in the morning, they get together at 10 or 11 o'clock, and they go home when they're done. And that might be 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning. They go home when they're done. And that's just the narcotics world. You have to go when the drugs come in. And Lieutenant Knutson said, unfortunately, Utah County is starting to become a hub. And we're seeing that. We have seen that in the last few years. Most all of your people from Carbon County that used to drive to Salt Lake or San Pete County, any of those outlying places, they always went to Salt Lake. Now they're coming to Utah County because we're getting some bigger players here. So we, you know, our guys are just, they're at capacity, like Lieutenant said. When you do that much work, there's just nothing else you can do. There's not enough hours in the day. So I want to thank him for highlighting those guys, because they are a special unit and they do a lot in this community. And drugs are very fluid. You can't just get them in Provo or Springville or Spanish Fork or, you know, Lake Shore. They're everywhere and they move to different locations every single day. So you really have to be on your toes to follow it. I wanted just really quick to go over major crimes. Since I've been in narcotics most of my career, this is kind of their mission statement. I've done 2 tours at major crimes, and this is pretty much, most of what they do is drugs, and now it's moved into even more of the cartel level stuff than we've ever done before. There's 4 major cartel families that are in Utah, in Salt Lake, and they control everything. They control meth, heroin, coke, marijuana. They control all drugs now, and they've got a really good stronghold on it. prior to, and again, prior to 1989, police departments kind of did their own drug cases with very little success. When I first started in patrol in 1996, if you got heroin once a year, that was a big deal. And I'm talking a gram of heroin. That was a huge deal for a patrolman. Now, it's an ounce a day is not a big deal. You know, we take down 10 pounds of heroin in a day in Spanish Fork. It's not a big deal. But if you look at the dosages, 10 pounds of heroin is 45,000 doses, which would overdose the entire town of Spanish Fork on one bust, one 10-pound bust, to give you kind of an idea of how that works. The task force right now, they're suffering just like everybody. They're down on officers because they've lost officers to a lot of our people up in Salt Lake or other agencies up there. So currently, they don't have 38. I don't know exactly what their current numbers are. I know that Lehigh, Springville, and a couple other cities haven't been able to replenish the officers or detectives there. So they're just like everybody. They're suffering. Kind of what happens at major crimes is broken into two different areas. There's the DTOs, which is the drug trafficking organization. Those are the detectives that go after the cartel level stuff, the major loads that are coming into Utah. And then there's the set teams that we've talked about. And right now, I don't think our set numbers are quite as high as they have on that. I think they're a little down from that. Again, the DTOs are responsible for dismantling the drug trafficking organizations that are connected to the Mexican drug cartels. And again, we have 4 major cartels in Salt Lake, and they're alive and well every day. The set teams' primary responsibilities are Utah County. They often get drug all over the county and sometimes zip it into Salt Lake to help the DTOs on everything from robberies to gangs to homicides and then drugs. These are some of the numbers in 2013. If you look at 106 pounds of heroin, that's a lot of doses. And the same with the meth. Cocaine has made a huge comeback. Marijuana stayed about the same. But if you look at those numbers, those are the doses are what's kind of staggering to me. In 2013, this was the largest heroin. I was part of this, my guys. This was part of the largest heroin bust that I know of in Utah. We got 90 pounds. You can see 22 vehicles were taken, and that drug trafficking organization was in 5 states. And we were able to shut that down. So that was probably a really, well, one of the biggest I ever remember. I'll just kind of go through that. 2014, you can see the numbers, 169 pounds. Again, the doses, if you look at the doses, it's just an incredible amount. And the guns that are seized, you know, looks like 100 a year that were taken out of the criminals' hands. That's pretty common, about 100 guns a year. Again, 2015, I'm not going to bore you with numbers, but, you know, again, if you look at the dosages, that's what I look at, is 2,800,000 doses into our community. Pretty incredible. This was another takedown of some grenades, meth. These guys will do anything and everything to get their product to Utah. It all comes to Salt Lake, and then it gets funneled back down. Again, just more numbers. Cash seized. We're seeing all kinds of new ones. 2016, this actually was our case that was started as far as major crimes, and it was later turned over to DEA. It was the Shamu case out of Salt Lake. All of our people were part of this. It was the largest pill-producing case in the United States. That's $1.7 million in cash sitting on the table. that we had to count numerous times. $5 million in Bitcoin. They were doing about 25,000 pills a day, and those are fake oxycodone. He would bottle them up and then ship them all over the world. So this guy was humongous. Again, just kind of the pounds and the doses. I won't bore you with all this. 2018, it stayed about the same. And this is kind of up to date where the task force is right now. They're on schedule to, I'm sure, go over 100 pounds of heroin very soon. The overdose deaths, they're going down, that's awesome. I hope it keeps going like that, although I don't know how, because the amount of drugs, the amount of heroin that's coming in right now is just off the chart. You can't even fathom how much is coming into our county every single day. It's incredible. These are some of the biggest concerns in the drug world right now, is the heroin. Meth is just pouring in at alarming rates every day. The really, really scary one, though, and I think Chief Higley talked about it a little bit too, that really concerns me is the fentanyl. Fentanyl is 100 times more potent than heroin. So if you can picture a grain of salt on your kitchen table, that will kill you that much. 1 grain. And it's coming in fast. The heroin dealers, the Mexican cartels, they want the best product. So they're adding fentanyl to their heroin. And if you shoot it with a needle, it'll tip you over and you'll die. If you smoke it, you may survive. But they want the most powerful heroin, and that's the way they're getting it, is through fentanyl. So just the one piece of equipment that we have in our jail right now, if it can pick up any fentanyl at all, that's a huge plus for us, for the safety of the staff, the inmates, and everybody. So that's kind of, we've got the China research labs are sending in all kinds of stuff all the time, never stops. Any questions on the drug trade? That's kind of quick.
No, appreciate that overview. I don't have any questions.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Do you guys want us to continue? I mean, it's 12 o'clock. I didn't know if that was what you guys is looking like on time, but here's I'll just make mine really brief. My name's Sean Chipman. I am currently assigned as the Chief Deputy over the newly formed Special Services Division or Support Services Division. The hardest part about this new division is coming up with a name, and that sounds crazy, but it is. Really quickly, just 2.5 months ago, we formed the new division, and that was to just give less span of control to the enforcement side of the sheriff's office, and it seems to be working well. In that, we also last year we did create the Judicial Bureau, which is just your 4th District courts and juvenile courts. Those were the 2 kind of significant changes to the enforcement side this year. Just really quickly, I was just going to say these lieutenants have worked hard to come up with these additional requests. All of them have, really evaluated their bureaus, their respective bureaus, and came up with what they feel are the needs to better serve our citizens of Utah County more efficiently and
and really just to provide a better level of service. You'll see some outcome-based justifications during this presentation. And quite frankly, we have probably over 100 years in just our division of leadership and management. So these guys have been doing it a long time. They take it very seriously and really feel like these are their needs. And so I hope you'll give it a good look when you're deciding what to fund. So that's all I'm gonna talk about. I'm gonna turn it over to Lieutenant Eldon Packer with Judicial Bureau.
Good morning. Is this it? Okay. My area is the Judicial Courts Bureau. We're still in the process of splitting this out. So budgetarily wise right now, we're still the same entity. But we're kind of working through that right now. This past year, we've basically had many changes. We are mandated to be able to serve the courts and things. It is through the state statute of the sheriff's mandates. It also talks about in there that the counties are obligated to pay for certain areas of that funding. We do get some funding from the state that comes back to us. Commissioner Lee, you came and spoke to that this last year as we're trying to get more money through the state. We will continue those efforts and are continuing those efforts this year. The current statistics with the courts, we've actually done very well with the new transitions. We currently serve, it's 12.5 district court judges. We have one traveling judge, that's the half judge there. We have 2 commissioners and 5 juvenile court judges. Those are within 3 buildings, state buildings within the county. Current door numbers of the patrons that we have served. Currently, we've served about 244,000 individuals coming through those doors to date. We're on track to be able to hit the projected average for this year of 300,000 people, which is up 10,000 people from last year, which is our projected. We've actually increased about almost 6% each year over the last 5 years. This year has been a year of changes. We've opened that court. That transition went very well. Thank you to you folks, especially for the added employees and other things that we needed for that building. You authorized 10 new positions ultimately. Many of those new employees have been hired. We've actually gone through 5 different rosters, and I just called for another one. The biggest thing with that is just trying to get those quality individuals again to come in. I've lost 2 to other agencies. I've lost 2 to retirements, and then I've lost 2 to other areas of the county as well. And then I've stolen quite a few from corrections, as you heard earlier, trying to help do that. And again, we are in the process of those 2 divisions being split. The judicial staffing currently sits at 31 deputies. We're down 3 at the moment. We are working on that. We have 2 civilian employees. We have 4 sergeants, the 1 lieutenant, and the chief deputy over there, as well as many part-timers. The new court came online. This is just more of those same numbers. We have purchased a new van this year. We've been able to spend that money wisely and get that taken care of. Also, most of the equipment and other things have been purchased for that division. We still are short because we haven't been able to get all of our personnel hired yet, and so some of that is still pending. But overall, we've done very well this year. One of the things that you may not know is that we run a temporary jail holding facility in each of the courts. The Provo District Court, for example, is actually larger than most county jails in the state. We actually run through about 120 to 140 inmates a day being housed in that facility. And so that is one of those areas where the personnel come in to be critical. Currently, we're not asking for any more personnel. You've given us what we need, and we feel like we're operating, and if we can get those people hired, we're excited to be able to do that, and we're able to do our job well. One thing of note, we did have a federal group come in. It's the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Audit, and they came in and looked at our Provo facility. That's actually through the state. The state came in and audited their facilities. This national group came in. One of the things that they told us was that it was one of the best facilities that they'd ever seen, not only for the physical facility, but also because of the policies and the people that we have there. They were extremely impressed, and that's one thing I like to tout, is that the people we have are the most professional in the state. And we are actually working with the state coordinator for security in trying to develop better standards for statewide courts and court security across the board, which is one thing we couldn't do if we didn't have the people that we do. And I just would like to commend our people for their work and the things that they do. Thank you.
You bet.
Good morning, Commissioners. So my new home, as of about 6 weeks ago, is, well, I'm going to call it the Judicial Support Services area because we haven't really finalized my name yet. So I'm still learning a lot about that bureau, but would like to take you through just kind of an overview of activities for this year with respect to my new bureau. I apologize, I'm having a hard time with the difference between the transition from bureau to division, if you will. Some of us in the department, we've been here so long that change can be a little bit more difficult, I guess. So, is it the green button? Which one is it? Okay, got it. So our staff resides in the Health and Justice Building. We don't have a huge staff. We have 1 lieutenant, 2 enforcement sergeants, 8 enforcement deputies, 4 judicial deputies. That includes 2 bailiffs that are assigned to the 2 justice courts that are housed in the Health and Justice Building, and 2 full-time facility security deputies. One of those positions is currently unfilled. It's a nighttime position, and as Lieutenant Packer expressed, we've just had a difficult time finding quality people to fulfill those positions. And that position in particular, because there's not a lot of supervisory oversight and they could potentially encounter any number of things in the late hours, we have to be careful about who we assign to that position. So, excuse me, that's a work in progress. We have 6 office specialists. 2 of those are only 3/4 time. They are divided up to work with our civil deputies and our warrants deputies. They do a ton of research for our guys. They do a ton of documentation with respect to entering information NCIC, doing all the returns of service in UCJS. Excuse me. Hours of research to put packets of information together for our deputies to locate people who've absconded from justice. And we have an office coordinator that serves both Lieutenant Packer's staff and myself. She probably has the most difficult job because she has to keep her 2 lieutenants and chief deputy in check. It can be somewhat like herding cats. We're all a little difficult to manage at times. What kinds of services do we provide? We deal with warrants, in-state and out-of-state extraditions, civil processes, which include like paper service and sheriff cells, and there are a lot of civil processes that go on. UCAP, our Utah County Alternative Probation Unit, which is just a baby entity in our office, is actually one of our requests for expansion this year, and I'm sure that you'll probably have some questions in relation to that. We provide security to the Utah County Justice Court. As I told you, we have 2 full-time operational courts, Judge Colmore and Judge Ridge's courts, which are housed in our building. We provide facility and event security at the County Administration Building, all of the WIC facilities throughout the county, the Historic Courthouse, the Health and Justice Building, and our parking structure. Additional activities or services, we provide, well, we recently had one of our deputies selected to be the newest EOD canine handler. We're in a transition process there between Sergeant Sergeant Willis and our new deputy handler. We're trying to locate a dog currently. We have a traffic accident reconstruction specialist in our department who's very busy. We have emergency vehicle operations instructors,
Can I just
firearms instructors, excuse me.
Make one,
Yes.
one point here. We do have a 1 o'clock meeting,
Mhm.
and we're going to need some break in between.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask.
Would you like me to forego this presentation,
No,
just go right to our
what I would
request?
ask is that anyone else who's doing something is hit the key points. You know, we have access to this, we can read this, we appreciate all the effort that went
Okay.
into it. But if you want to just hit what you think are the key points and kind of
Okay.
accelerate through it a little bit.
Okay, I think I'm actually fine with what's already been presented because you have the overview of what activities we're all involved in. You have all the other specific slides, so all of the relevant statistics are there. The only other comment I would make is that in relation to our priority requests this year, we've requested an expansion to the UCAP unit, a full-time deputy assigned to the security checkpoint of the Justice Court, and training, in-state and out-of-state training increases, as well as some safety equipment increases. And if you have any questions from there, I do have some bullet points for a majority of those additional requests that I will give to you that you can read at your leisure, or we can just go from your questions.
Thank you.
I look forward to those additional bullet points on those new requests. Be helpful.
Well, let me hand you those.
And Sheriff, will we be able to get a copy of some of these slides that we skipped through?
Okay.
For notice, the documentation regarding the request for additional training monies is kind of a combined request between Lieutenant Packer and I because our accounts are still quite intertwined. That is a work in progress. At some point, we'll all be split out. But if you look in the budget requests that are online with all of the comments within each of the accounts, it itemizes all of that. Final presentations in the application.
Commissioners, Lieutenant Prashant, Emergency Services Bureau. It's my privilege to stand before you and share with you what we do, who I work with, how we're organized, and the environment we work in, and I'll expedite that for you. Our first slide here is just kind of our core full-time and part-time elements there. Just want to emphasize on this that it's just me and 3 sergeants and actually a full-time senior office specialist as well. So that's our core, and it's going to amaze you what we do with just that core element. And this next slide here is, so my job today is maybe to wake you up a little bit, but the next slide here is the last boring slide you might see, but it means a lot to me. As you see, our mission is founded in public service. And it has to do, if you go continue through that, you'll see that we respond when people are in need. And that's the core of what we do. We're there for them in their time of need. And that's we have some wonderful people, amazing people that I get to work with, not just full-time, but our part-time members. Go ahead. This is just a quick glimpse of some of our part-time, but really our part-time element is really what carries us. There's no way we could do what we could do without our part-time element. And the value of a volunteer, there's no way you can put a price on that. And I would like to emphasize this slide for a little bit. 4,000 to 6,000 hours a year just for calls, and the average value of a volunteer, I think, is set at about $25 an hour. But our expertise and skill set, you got to at least double that. So they're coming out, and then you have your formal and personal training hours. You have their own vehicle gas and maintenance and insurance, the equipment they have to purchase when they first come on. $2,000 to $6,000. I was talking to a gentleman yesterday, just my first year, $6,000, and that's so it's their hobby, it's their lifestyle. They bring all their passion, all their skill sets, and their heart, and they're there for the right reason. I mean, a lot of people give credit to public servants, but these are the public servants I think that are even higher and more valued than we are. We're paid. These guys are not paid. They come and they give them themselves, their time, their money, and not to mention the lifestyle of being on call at every given moment is if you haven't lived that life, you have no idea what that can do to a family, what strain it is on a family, and where do I go, what vehicles do I take, because I might get called out, and that's 24/7. And so you really have to plan. You're leaving important functions because there's somebody in need that needs you, and these guys are amazing. And so this has been my most satisfying part of my career. My 26 years is the last 5-6 years working with these individuals. And so we have so much, we won't even touch on, but we have other savings from our partner agencies, $1,200 to $1,500 an hour for helicopter time. So we get from DPS all the time, Life Flight, other agencies. In addition to that, we have volunteers that donate. We have 3 different volunteers that have members in our community that have helicopters that donate their time and gas for those that are just amazing. And so let me now get into some of the environments we work in. And as I go through these, I want you to think about what kind of equipment, what kind of people and skill sets that you need to operate in these environments, and how minutes make a difference in somebody's lives. Maybe hopefully you have somebody near to you. So that first slide there, go back one, that's some of our main call areas. That's Timpanogos. And on the top there, you might see that pinnacle there. There's a hut. But that's where so many try to get to that hut every year. And the number's been increasing. And sometimes they think it's okay to get down by going right down to the right side there. And this is what we end up. We get called in a time of need, and we go down and rescue them. So next slide there. Bridalveil Falls, you most of the time you probably think of it, look at those falls there from the road, but people go up, and this is from the top. It's a very dangerous environment, and we're so glad that we got rid of the restaurant there. People would come up and they'd hang off that structure, and a lot of our calls start with what were they thinking. But a lot of calls are just, people get in bad situations, and it happens to a lot of us, but we wouldn't continue. We also have winter operations. Just imagine trying to operate in these environments. One of our biggest calls is at Stewart Falls, and this was a call where a dog fell through a snow bridge. And the other ones, we have crevasses and other things that we have to work around. We have also desert operations, so that's a whole different element. People get stuck in different areas, slot canyons, different areas they go and repel. And we have our large body of water out there, the 3rd largest body of water, fresh body of water west of the Mississippi. And the algae blooms have lowered our calls about a quarter overall. So our numbers would be actually higher if it wasn't for those blooms. But we have that body of water to deal with that in the winter and summer. In the winter, we have cars driving over that ice, going across, trying to commute. We have, people on bikes and ice fishermen, runners, and it's just all kinds of situations we have to be prepared for. in the summer, especially in the fall. We have microbursts that come through, and my rule on that body of water is if I can see a storm coming, it's almost too late to get off the water. Because, within minutes, it could look like that picture there where you have 5, 6, 7, and the other night we had 10, 12-foot swells, and the state parks boat was actually hitting bottom in between the waves because the waves were so big. And we have, most of the time when we get our airboat out to show people, they think, what do they need that for? What's that for? We don't have any swampland, and they have no idea that, most of that lake is surrounded by swampland, and so we have to operate in that environment. We also have, East Bay there, you have our airport that's been developing and expanding, and more traffic coming through there. And so just imagine what's just short of that runway or just past the runway as aircraft's landing. So you have potential crash sites and mass casualty sites that, how are you going to deal with that? 200 people in those areas, and how are you going to get to them and make a difference in their lives? We also have, ice and swift water. We lost several people a couple years ago in the Provo River. And so our efforts are not just how to operate in that environment, but how prevention and education and things like that. We have a public safety dive team that helps us. That's part of that. That's a whole another element of skill sets. We have confined spaces we have to operate in, mine shafts and caves. And several years ago, you probably remember the environment we had to try to operate on with Nutty Putty Caves. And that's a whole story in itself, and there's documentaries about that. Last year we were hit with wildfires pretty heavily, so we had to deal with the evacuations, the mudslides, the flooding, and all those elements. And we just have a few people, one emergency manager, and 2 people that are over SAR. We had SAR calls going on in the middle of all that, and a lot of times we have SAR calls on simultaneously at the same time, and so we just really short, and we couldn't do it with the volunteers. We have also other things. This year we had this incident here on by Thistle, where the mudslides coming over the roads. We have mudslides going into camping areas, and then we had in the spring we had the big avalanche that came down, and that road's going to be shut down probably for another year, just for the impacts of that. So again, before I go on to other things, I want to just emphasize that the SAR volunteers and the other volunteers we have are just amazing people, and we really don't realize the value of that professional group of people they're a model for many other agencies around the nation for how professional they are. And we had an individual this year, he paid $10,000 of his own money just to get his paramedic certification. So he only for SAR. That's how much heart they have, the amount of money they put in their vehicles and things like that. It's incredible. And there's one individual that he's been on SAR for 45 years, and he still has some of the highest call volumes as far as attendance of being there every time we need him. And if that isn't a big heart, I don't know what is after that many years of service. We have groups called Timpanogos Emergency Response Team. I'll just skip through that, but they help us on the mountain. They're not as directly supervised, but they help us keep small things small. And they spend the night on the weekends during the summer up at high camp, and so they make sure people that run out of water have enough water. People that have sprained ankles are they're our eyes and ears on the mountain, and they save all our other volunteers so much time from having to go up there so far and spend so much time and resources to get there and assess things. And so they're incredible volunteers as well. Just go ahead, just some environment there. We have our shelter project. We're trying to restore that. that we're dealing with the Forest Service, that's just other things. We have, we're often called for agency assists all over the state because of our expertise and because we're known for our professionalism and what we know for with the mountain rescue skill sets. And on the lake, and that there was Strawberry Reservoir twice. We helped find drowning victims. A few years ago, we were called down to Colorado City to help find victims in their flash floods. And then we had, these are just some examples. We also have many agencies ask us to assist them there. That this is one for you, Commissioner Lee, to assist them on the lake to assess different situations on environmental issues as well. But really quick, our aviation program. You see we have a Cessna 180. It's 1961. This will kind of lead into some of our wants, and that's been around for a while. And then we have a Cessna 210, 1974. But this program alone, the cost, you can't put a value on this as well. The cost saved to being able to go up with a less inexpensive airplane that doesn't use much gas to go locate a victim, so that you don't spend days and weeks with volunteers or full-time personnel to try to find victims. And it kind of helps our volunteers focus on the routes, the safe routes, and I could go on for an hour about the importance of that. I'll move on. You can read through later. We have a drone program we started a couple years ago, and the value of that, and that was purchased with a grant. But the skill sets required to do that, we help also investigations, crime scenes, accident scenes, and also on SWAT to help SWAT members be safer, where we're able to assess the situation without putting harm to a person. And there's so many value to that. Another thing we have is our bomb squad and EOD. The 40 to 60 calls a year don't include all the deployments of the bomb dog and all the bomb dog deployments. I think that's an additional 130. But we have so much that is done there with so little. We actually have 5 part-time bomb techs, and so much is sacrificed and that we benefit there. But the skill sets needed and to maintain, it takes a lot of efforts. And the last thing is probably just as much as anything I've talked about is, as you all know, Peter Quitner and our emergency manager. He's a one-man band there, and many other agencies have so much more. And there's so much to that I really, you guys know more about that because you've talked to him and he's kind of educated you a little bit here and there. But that is part of our division. So we're pulling him to help with SAR, and it should be the other way around a lot of times. And so we're just really needing manpower. This is where the MIC burnt down, so one of our older assets that that gets old and things like that happen. But also I want to say thank you for the support you have given us, and so because of you, we've been able to get assets like an airboat that the team had been asking for 10, 15 years, and it's just such a big expense. But because of your support and your abilities to be flexible in how we fund things, and we were able to get that. And then also recently with the Zodiac for our rough water capabilities, and letting us partner with doTERRA and your cooperation in that, and it's just made all the world to the team and all the volunteers when they can see that support you give them. So the last things is just my wants, and the number one on my want is an additional enforcement sergeant to help not only search and rescue but emergency management. So everything we do, we have 2 deputies that run a 24/7 ambulance service. They have certified ambulances. That's their vehicles that they drive. And they're, you can't put a price on that. We pay them $1.25 an hour to be on call for that, to sit around at any moment. It's just like A lot of times, a lot of agencies, they have firemen or paramedics in a fire station, and they sit there, and they get paid to sit there and wait for a call to come in. And they get, you know, their full-time wage during while they're waiting. Where in our situation, no matter where they're at during that week on call, they have to be ready to go. It's not just to go out to maybe process a scene or to go fix something that's broken down. This is to go save lives, and they take that seriously, and it affects their families. We have sometimes family members, it really affects them, and we've had maybe 1 out of 4 sergeants that have been over in our bureau last more than 2 years, just because of the burnout factor of it's their most satisfying position, but it burns them out.
I'm gonna ask that we gotta keep accelerating this along.
Okay. Next one, jet skis. We've been asking for that for a while. We have 2 that are 2003. You can read through those things later. We have capitalization of our equipment. The figure there you can talk to me about, and how I come up with that figure and what that means. The next ones are airplane. We talked about that for years. We even have, we can surplus 1 or 2 of the planes we have to go towards that, but we need a buy-in from the commission to update that, to make things safer. Again, you can ask me questions about that later. And we have on-call rate, $1.25 an hour. So $2.50 is what is the amount I come up to. You can ask questions about those later as well. And if you want, you can scratch that number 6. We can do without. If you're looking to see what we can do without, we can do without a FLIR that helps find victims on the water or in the wilderness. But it would sure be helpful. And the last thing is just something that we don't know about yet. We had one of our command trailers rear-ended, and we don't know the results of whether it's going to be totaled or fixed. So that's just our needs. But thank you for your time, and thanks for caring.
Thank you.
Thank you. We gotta spend some, we got 30 minutes.
Hey, thanks.
Me, you've got
30 minutes to
you
get
got
back
15
here.
minutes.
Well, in that case, Commissioners, we'll make this super quick. We've had a lot of meetings with you guys over the past year. My name is Patrick Carlson. I'm the Chief of Utah County Fire Department. You guys know Battalion Chief Jamie Nelson. She's also there. So just to go through this, 3 divisions, 1 team, 1 mission. You guys know what we do in just a glance. So I'm not going to read through all these, but we have an in-county, an out-of-county, and a prevention program. Again, we've talked to you guys a lot about this. Our in-county stuff does all wildland fires, all hazard stuff within Utah County. We do the hazardous material decon. For an example, we went to JUAB this year with the train derailment. Incident command, whenever there's a fire, whether it's in Utah County or even remotely close to it, and we get called into it, we have multiple people that go to that to do incident command and be in charge of that fire and call resources in. And then training and preparedness. Anything in this could be the training. We have to have 40 hours a year for each of our firefighters that come in and travel all around and stay in Utah State, and preparedness. So our out-of-county, again, you guys know a lot about this, the national resources, emergency incidents. This can be anything from wildland fires, earthquakes, and hurricanes, which we've been out on multiple of these all throughout the U.S. This is a self-sustaining program and a billable resource. And then the last one is the prevention program, which, again, someone brought up earlier that I know Commissioner Lee and Commissioner Ivey were at, that spearheaded the one up Provo Canyon, and we did a lot of work up there. Since then, we've also done work at multiple different communities throughout Utah County, helping, whether that's in Covered Bridge, Santa Quin. We still go to Provo Canyon and try to clean that up as much as possible, and go anywhere else. So this is part of the PC match that we have to do every year with the state code. So we have to do this, and if we don't do that, then we can be held liable for it. The prevention, again, is exactly what it says, going out and teaching people about how they can prevention, how to get their own homes done, how to go forward. And even schools coming into our facilities to have classes come in and talk to them. First priority for safety emergency to help needs, we need to get people and firefighters, EMTs to wherever we're going, the apparatus and or to get them there, the facilities to station them at, and then the equipment and communications, which is a huge one for us. Again, if we do not have the correct communications, it turns into a very dangerous thing. You guys all were part of the fires last year, and I'm pretty sure Battalion Chief Jamie hit on it last year also with communication. Some of our radios and some of our equipment didn't have the correct radios, which turns into a huge safety problem. So again, this, I'm not gonna read through this whole thing, but this just talks about every year what our revenue is compared to our expenses and our cumulative overall what we've made. If you have any questions about this, you can get in touch with me. These are the three things that I'm kind of pushing towards this year or would like to ask for. And it's for replacement factors there. It shows the prices up there and what they are. Do you guys have any questions about these before I move on real quick? The next one, actually, and one of the biggest reasons are, these things were not on a recap fund, and that has turned into a huge issue. And you guys are already aware of this, if it hasn't been recapped in the past, because it was part of a different fund, trying to ask for funds and going forward, so that's gonna do it. So the F-350 is gonna replace the one that the crew has. The reason we're also asking for that is the crew can take more firefighters with them, which is a billable rate when they leave, and that's a good thing for us and to everybody. The other one are the two F-150s or trucks like them, because of the high mileage, and it's for our command staff when they leave to go out on these fires, whether they're doing all risk, whether they're gonna be there for a while, they carry all their gear with them. That's 4 people within my office that have those vehicles to be used. And then I would just.
Were any of these vehicles were grant?
Nope, not any of them. And then again, just like everybody else said, I would like to thank you guys for supporting your Utah County Fire Department. Do you guys have any questions real quick for us?
The only thing I'd like you to do is, would you get with Brian and make sure and get an appointment to come talk with me?
Yes, sir.
I want to definitely talk about out of county.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioners, just really quick, thank you so much. I know we're a large animal and that took a lot of time, but I thought it was important that other than looking at numbers on a sheet, there was a understanding of who we are and what we do and what those funds are used for, and really going back all the way to the start of why we do it and why this is our passion. And I think, you know, the other day in commission, when Commissioner Lee, you asked, you know, supporting, you know, whether it be a tax increase or whatever moving forward, this is what I can say without a doubt, is I absolutely support the level of service that these employees, these deputies have asked for, the equipment, the things that they have asked for to move forward to, in return, serve our community. And I think our community deserves that level of support. So for me, I guess the question to me really, as it translates to a public safety officer, is not how much money, it's what level of service are we willing to give our residents in Utah County. And I think they deserve the best. But I thank you for your time today. And if you have any questions moving on, just you're free to reach out to any of these employees and get those questions answered.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for all the work in that presentation and for everything you do.